How's everybody doing tonight? We're back with another weekend of Kirby Air Riders. This is the second and final weekend that we're having one of these global test ride events happen. And it makes sense because next Thursday is the actual release of Kirby Air Riders, so it's just around the corner at this point. One more night of this. I'm really looking forward to playing more Kirby Air Riders because I couldn't get enough of playing this from last week. Really enjoyed my time with City Trial Online, so needless to say, I'm looking forward to the final product here very soon. But I did hear they swapped out some characters in this demo. I think mainly 2 characters specifically, but everything else is essentially the same. Although there is some pre-order DLC for this for some reason that apparently is bugged, and I don't know if we're going to see it tonight or not. And it's all just in the form of hats. I thought this wasn't supposed to have DLC. Sakurai, you lied to us. Well, not really. It's just for the global test ride. I just found that to be a funny news story. But either way, let's not waste any more time. And let's just go ahead and jump into the global test ride itself. Because this is going on now from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So a 6-hour window. Definitely want to get our play time in now. And it did have an update between the last time and this time around for the global test ride events. For what I understand, this should have fixed some connection issues some people were having. Because in the first wave of this demo, some people were having issues trying to connect online where they were waiting for over 90 seconds with no results or something like that. From what I understand, that should be fixed in this demo, so hopefully there shouldn't be any real issues when it comes to just connecting online with people, I guess. But I will say, you can play the lessons mode offline entirely. It's the only mode you can play when the demo isn't live. So I went through and did all of the lessons. You don't get anything for it, but it was a good way of just learning some of the stuff in the game. Mind you, I should have done that for the first test ride that we did last weekend, but doesn't really matter, because I played the original Kirby Air Ride a lot. I remember most of these controls. It functions almost the exact same, minus some nuances here and there. Alright, so this is a different character here. This character, who was that from last session? I gotta look at the VOD to see what characters were available and see which ones were changed out. There are 2 specifically. This is one of them. This is the other character, What'll Do. I know that much. I'm just trying to see if I can pull up the VOD here for the last one. Just give me a second. Because I'm curious to see what characters were swapped out. I just have a reference. Okay, so I got it loaded up. Perfect, let's get to the character select screen. Be after this? Yeah, right here, okay. I'm wondering if they changed that into stars. Perfect, here we go. So let me load up the, well, actually I can't do that from over there. Let me move this. Let me load up the display capture so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Hey there, Matt, how you doing? So these were the characters from last time around. So from what I'm seeing here in the roster list, this was the Air Ride mode, but there shouldn't be any difference between Air Ride and City Trial. The character that was swapped out here was a Scarfy. That was swapped out for What'll Do. Right? Yeah, there's no Scarfy anymore, so Scarfy's gone, and Rick is gone as well, which that's sad. I like Rick. Bring back the hamster. I guess they swapped out Rick for DeRoach. That would make some sense. So those are the 2 characters that are specifically different in this specific demo. Everyone else, though, seems to be the same. Just kind of weird they only swapped 2 of the characters specifically. Doing alright? That's good to hear. I'm doing alright myself, thanks for asking. Let me see if any of these have hats. I mean, of course, DeRoach does. He wears one by default. Apparently, if you pre-ordered the game, I'm going to assume it's digital, because I have this game pre-ordered physically, but I've gotten no codes or anything for the global test ride. If you pre-order this digitally from the eShop, you're supposed to get some hats to use for some characters for just the global test ride. There's supposed to be no DLC for the full game, but the test ride for some reason has some pre-order stuff. It's a little weird, but it's somewhat bugged because someone screwed up the time release window. I hope by now it's fixed. I'm going to play as the 2 new characters to start for this one. So we're going to jump in as What'll Do. I imagine this should be similar to just another character that we played from last time around. Right? Oh, wait, no, Waddle Doo was in this. Wait, no. Why am I thinking Waddle Doo was a new character? Which one was different? I should say, I am a little tired, and I'm going to be stupid. But that's nothing new. We're always stupid here. The Roach is new. Let me pull up the fact sheet. Waddle Dee. I kept on pointing out the wrong one. Waddle Dee is new. I knew it was one of the Waddles. One star. Now, have you played any of this demo yourself, Matt? Out of curiosity. I know last week, and I don't think you did, you said something about that in chat one of these previous streams this week. Okay, so after this game, by the way, I'm going to swap to the actual new characters. I just want to point that out now. What the heck was that? I looked away for 1 second. Oh, it was a Gordo. That makes sense. Didn't have time. That's fair. I would definitely say check it out. I'm going to see tonight if we can get people in for this. I don't know if they updated the game for matchmaking with this patch. From what I understand, I don't think so. So if we want to play with friends, we're going to have to make one of those private rooms and play with bots, but that's fine. I still want to see how this is going to work online on that front. So yeah, I say, man, if you want to play tonight, just let me know. Just let you join in, obviously. Shouldn't take long to even download this demo if you haven't already, too. Wasn't that big one, I remember. I'll grab this, thank you. Okay, I'm definitely being chased down. That's fun. I like how there's, like, nothing around me, and I have to be the one chased down so I can just get shot to death. That's fun. Secret room. Oh, just a bunch of food on the first one. Secret room's below me. Okay, well, now I need the food. Nobody eat. Chariot. I'm always being chased. What did I do to everyone here? I just started playing and I'm a target. Like the first round of the night, and people really want my head on a platter. Might want to get Wing. In this global test, I've noticed Wing is just like the OP star to have, because so many events for this really are beneficial for Wing. So, might as well grab it. Hey Kira, how you doing? I don't think I got to use this last session, so this is the special, Waddle Doo Barrage. Just makes sense, we just take the rod that uses Beam Kirby and just spam. What most players do with Beam Kirby. Hey, I can't argue, I'm one of those people. Sometimes it's just the most effective thing. Oh, one of them's dead. Okay, cool. Oh my god. That dude must have had a power-up or something because he hurt. I don't even think it's worth going for those attacks at this point because everyone else is going to be doing that. So I'll get all the stuff around the field because there's so much stuff around here. Yeah, see, look at all the stuff I'm getting and everyone else is focusing on attacks. So that worked out for me. Well, I feel like I can go a little faster, so I do need to find some top speeds. My top, yeah, it's only at 1, so I am abysmally slow. And we're about ready to end the city trial stuff, so I should just, at this point, focus on whatever I can get. whatever minigame comes up, if it's a race, I shouldn't do it. Really? Again, why am I targeted so much? We just started, and everyone wants me dead. I'm lucky I didn't lose a machine during this, because I got dangerously closed way too many times to count. Ridiculous. Can't say I can't boost, though, with 9 boosts. It's a lot of boost power. Alright. High jump is definitely the one we should go for. It's that or skydive, but I think high jump, we should be able to clear it. Depends on who else is playing on this for stats. But I have wing with a lot of glide, so I should be okay. Okay, well, this is not a good sign that I'm already kind of falling behind of the Roach player, but we'll see how high we go. We at least get second. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ah, yeah, there you go. We just barely overtake their score. Because my highest is going to be 192 at this rate? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 193.74. I almost got 194. Okay. That's pretty good. Alright, let's take a side trip to Air Ride because I misread the characters. I don't want to spread false information on the internet. Who would do that? Hey, Jay Hazen, how you doing? Test ride's going good so far, but we literally just started, so the only more I can get out of it is people want me to die. That's about it. So I almost got destroyed like 3 different occasions. Alright, so the courses are the same, which that I figured. So let's just look at the machines. Let me see if there's anything new here. Oh, they are different. Okay, well, let's look at the characters first so I don't get that wrong again. So, full screen this. Yeah, so here's one that's different. Waddle Dee, one of the new characters in this. They replaced Rick, so he's gone. Another one that's different is the Roach, and the character replaced for the Roach seems like, which one is it here? Trying to fact check which one. Scarfy. Scarfy and Rick are the 2 that were replaced, which is interesting. I'm gonna say Waddle Dee for Scarfy and DeRoach for Rick because that just makes more canon sense. As for the machines, though, looks like we do have some different stuff here. So for the machines, let me pull up a list of those. Okay, I got a list of these. So this is how the screen looked last weekend, right? So the top row is the same, but this next row is different. Slick Star's in the game now. So this star is new. That's probably replacing the Turbo Star since that's not here. In terms of what else is different. Okay, there's 2 others. So this one, Vampire Star, is different as well. This is a brand new star. This is replacing... It's replacing a Scooter, I think. I'm going to say that was replacing Scooty Jr. And then there's one more that is different, I've noticed. The Bull Tank wasn't here as well. That's new. And this is replacing... what exactly? Because I don't really see anything else that's different on the screen. Oh, there we go. Jet. Jet Star is gone as well. So they removed 3 stars and changed them out for 3 new ones. 2 new and 1 returning, I should say. That's good to know. So we will try out those other ones too. Because I don't know how the Bull and Vampire Star is going to play. Slick Star, I know, as the name implies, you're slippery on the ground, so it's hard to control. But it usually has a lot of other stats to make up for it, like good boost and some pretty good turn. Yeah, the grip's crap, but when you're doing a charge of it, you can like whip around pretty fast. So it is good for racing. I just don't know how it's going to work here in City Trial. Vampire Star is new, though. Preys upon enemies and rivals to power itself up. It'll snatch their copy ability and items, too. Interesting. So we have a star that can legit just steal from people. And stats are pretty good. Boost is crap, but you don't really need boost too often. It depends on the course. Bull Tank, a bulky tank with thick plates of armor. Charges forward without worrying about damage. So this is going to be good for any battle-related mission for City Trial. Terrible probably for the air raid mode, but good for those like horde battle modes like Destruction Derby or boss fight. Because this thing's going to have a lot of health, good weight, good offense. Fast too, surprisingly. So it might be good for a drag race. So if we see those stars appear in the City Trial, we'll try them. I'm not going to play this mode because it's the same 3 courses from last week. And the main attraction here is City Trial itself. So we're going to play on City Trial. Now to play for those new characters. Waddle Dee here. We got a interesting color choice of yellow being his ult. I don't really like the yellow as much. And Daroche, I like his ult more because I just like that purple. So let's just get PD out of the way because dear God, this guy doesn't look great. I don't know. I just don't like the shade of yellow personally, but we'll play as it because when else are you gonna see a yellow D? Someone just literally named Fish. Alright, sure. Who are you playing with? Fish? Huh. I feel like I need context. Hey, the best star near me is this. It's also immediately swap the Shadow. That boost though when you get on a new star is ridiculous. This thing already feels like it has a lot of stats, though. Like, I don't know, man. I gotta go back to the original Kirby Air Ride and just kind of feel a difference between some of the stars. But the Shadow Star in this game feels like a little bit slipperier than I'm used to. I'm not gonna get Wing because I just used that last round, so I'm gonna stick with this for a bit and see if I can find those new stars. Oh, this is a new event, right? I don't remember doing this last week. We probably did, but my memory from last week's session is just fuzzy, I guess. I don't know, my mental battery for this week is essentially tapped out because it's been an extremely busy week and there's just been so much I've had to take care of, so I think my mental batteries are just needing a recharge going into this upcoming week. Grab this. Rockfish. 2 bikes are next to each other? Okay. Nice placement for wheelies. I thought that's a third wheelie. Man, this is a wheelie-centric situation right now. Okay, there's a new star, Vampire. Grab that. Vampire star. Now we get to see how this specific star is going to work in City Trial, at the very least. Ooh, portals. I missed. Thankfully, you can just go on the other side of the portal and somehow it counts. I can't even tell what my special is because I am moving very, very fast. Oh, it looks like I'm invincible, essentially. It's like I'm a golden statue because of my yellow color. It's really hard to tell what that was because of the night theming, and I was going through portals, but that definitely looked like invincibility to me. Ooh, I just like getting close to things, just seeing the damage output already. This is actually a pretty cool star. Okay, I just lost like 6 different power-ups. That was a lot all at once. I don't know what that was about. Didn't think I was gonna get hit that hard, but here we are. Alright, grab this stuff, I guess to make up for my lost goods. Ooh, Dino Blade. Hey, hey, hey! I'm just down here collecting things. You don't have to spin. What did I do to you? Let's go for the head. Vampire Star might also be a good thing to use for Dino Blade because of the damage output. Speaking of damage, I want to be very careful here. Grab this. Now we're going to fly around and see if I can get through without the explosion hitting me. And he left. Okay. Oh, okay. Wasn't expecting someone to run into my spike head. Perfect. Oh, I thought I was the one that got the final kill because I did a lot of damage there for the final hit, and I was hoping that was me. All right, use this now. This is a great time to have my special. Look at how fast I'm going. I would love to see my stats because I think I'm off the charts. Yeah, 12 and 12 on 2 things. 1 offense and 1 on HP. I like this vampire star. This star is cool. He's like a good pick for City Trials specifically, too. Oh, there's Slick. I'm not going to ride it now because I have too good of a stat setup with this star. I don't want to throw away a good thing. At least I got the glide. Give me.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Nice. Now, I would love to see these stats because I was doing a lot near the end there for stat pickup. 85. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm well balanced on a lot of different stats at this point. I'm the all-rounder. All right, so what do we want? We got Beam Gauntlet or Air Glider? Dude, I don't know which one. I can fly in the air for a while. Oh. But I think Beam Gauntlet's the way to go. Because if someone's going in the Air Glider with a lot of wing and they have the Wing Star, I'm just screwed. So this is the best bet. I love how both the Waddle Dees in this are just vampires.
3, 2, 1, go!
I gotta take some hits here and there because I just don't have a good lineup. This feels like that one level in F-Zero GX. Well, it did until I got to this part, by the way. But there's a level in F-Zero GX. I think it's like Mission 5 in the story mode where you're going through tubes. It's extremely difficult, but it's like one of the very few levels I can actually clear in the harder difficulties. It's the only one I beat on like the very hard mode. Yeah, that wasn't a bad round. I like that one. One of those go fast specials. Those looks like you turn gold for the variant from Squeak Squad. It's probably why I couldn't notice that effect if you turn gold in that special when I'm playing as the yellow Waddle Dee. Probably did not help. Also, I meant to swap the character. No, it's okay. Take your time. I literally just went backwards so I can change the character. Now we're into this connect to network loop, huh? Alright, that just took a lot longer than I was expecting. That's... I keep on thinking it's a plus to change. I don't know why. Yes, exit. I want off Waddle. At least they're generous enough of a time limit so you can back out and try again. There. The Roach. It's your turn. I will say, some of the stuff referencing Squeak Squad, this is one of the very few Kirby games I haven't really played much of. I played some of, like, the early game, that's it. Like, maybe a handful of levels years ago. So, that's just the one Kirby game I have, like, not much familiarity with. Honestly, the two I probably haven't really touched I wanted to over the years has been Squeak Squad and Amazing Mirror. But I play more Amazing Mirror than Squeak. I think I've played about half it at this point.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, so we already used Vampire. I'm gonna change it up.
Slick Star.
So yeah, this is slick. It's terrible on turning, but if you're doing the boost turn, it's not as bad. If this thing has some good stat buffs to it, Slick Star can be pretty good for a lot of different like race events. When I remember back in the original Air Ride. Although I found it funny though, when you look at like the quote-unquote meta for the Air Ride game back in the early days, one of the best vehicles was just flat out the wagon. And that thing, on a casual's perspective, is just, yeah, it's not really that good. But it has a really good top speed to it. So it actually is pretty beneficial to use for racing. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna get that top speed. I wanted it, but I got pushed out. Just notice the offense. I don't think it's worth going for. Yeah, I think that other player probably got it, so I'll just go over here. I feel like Slick was basic. The gimmick was the basis for the tank stars. Probably, yeah, because the tanks I noticed last time around play very similar to how the Slick Star works. Terrible on turning, but if you use the boost turns, then it becomes usable. It is a way to balance out the stats. That's why Wagon is such a powerful star, but they had to just not give a boost. So it helped balance things out, and it's still feeling pretty balanced now for that reason. Ooh, someone hit the bomb. But they didn't actually get hurt by it. They just triggered it. Oh, that's fine, because I wasn't near it anyways. I would want to be near it if someone's going to actually get hurt. Dude, I look so goofy with the parka on. Just doesn't look right on the Roach. I don't know, man. It just looks weird. Just looks weird with anything but the top hat, to be fair. I'll do braking on this thing is horrendous at my stat level now. That's the other problem with Slick. It's really hard to brake. So you're basically just bouncing around like you're on a pinball table. So I might want to find a different star soon. I was hoping to find the other star that was introduced in this demo this weekend, but I'm not seeing the tank. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Well, I'm just gonna, I guess, get the wing while I look. Because I can't keep on doing the Slick anymore. It's just getting to be too much. Did I get hit? I might have. I couldn't see in that waterfall. If there's any left, I'm gonna be shocked. 'Cause yeah, I couldn't go over there fast enough. Not missing much from Squeeze Squad. I've heard a lot of people say that. I mean, it doesn't look like a terrible game, but just compared to a lot of other Kirby games at the time, it was one of the weaker entries. I remember, funny story on that one, I actually did get it as a gift, but I didn't really find the game too interesting when I was first playing it, and then ended up just trading it in for something else. This is when I was still, like, I think it was like a middle school, so I was still a pretty young kid at the time. Probably 12, 13, max, something like that. So, I didn't really give the game too much time and credit. One of my gaming regrets, I guess you can say, on that one.
4, 3, 2, 1,
because now it's kind of harder to get DS games, period, so good luck trying to track down a copy.
Stadium.
Alright, Dust Up Derby, Air Glider, Target. Yeah, this is the best one. All the other events are definitely not for me. It was a good thing I found the tank at the very last second. Nasdaq pretty mid. Yeah, that's also what I heard, but that's another one I want to play. I actually do have that one. So one day I'll probably sit down and play it.
3, 2, 1, go!
To me, it's like it was kind of hard to really like super get into Kirby during like the DS era because I guess I was kind of spoiled growing up with the Kirby stuff because I was introduced to Superstars my first game, and then I have Return to Dreamland for the Game Boy Advance, so I was introduced to some of the best games in the franchise very early on. So when you have a game that's not as good as those, yeah, you kind of feel it, and then we got the Return to Dreamland onwards, and it's like, yeah, Kirby's just at its all-time high. But nowadays, it's like, sometimes I just even appreciate some of the more simplistic games in the franchise, just to have something different. Because I'm glad we're done with the new style of like Kirby, like Return to Dreamland stuff. As much as I like Return to Dreamland formula, it was getting stale. We had 4 games of that. And I love Forgotten Land. That's legit one of the best games of the franchise in my opinion. It's just so good. If you haven't played it, it's definitely worth your time, because it's a solid Kirby game. I didn't get the kill with that, did I? No. Where am I even on the scoreboard? Second or third, technically. Oh, I got another one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
A little dangerous, but I really need to see if I got a 4th score. Because I think I got 2nd now. Oh no, somehow I got 1st. It's a 3-way tie for 1st, but we take it. Tie or not, I still win. So I don't care. Oh, that's it for the new characters. So I guess back to random I go. Because I like playing with random. That way, I keep on getting something new every time. You get random stars in the game anyways because of what drops in the field. So, random just works for me. Oh, I'm seeing some people spawn with hats. I guess they did fix that pre-order DLC Finasco thing. Someone set the time to now. So they actually unlock people's hats. That's weird that this has like a pre-order bonus just for the demo alone, but then that reminds me of the Splatoon Global Test Fire. If you pre-ordered Splatoon 1 back in the day on the Wii U, if you did digitally, you got a pre-order bonus with it. And it was just for the Global Test Fire, excuse me. It was just like a pair of headphones for your Inkling, which was the most throwaway thing. Is exactly the same here. It's just a cosmetic. Have I decided my main yet? Not for this, no. But also, there's a lot more stars in the game. I don't think we've even seen all the stars in this demo. So, once I get the full game and play around with things there, especially in air ride mode, since I'll have a better idea of how every star plays without modifying stats, then I'll probably figure out like who I like and what stars I'm going to use. Because so far with the main characters, I just kind of rotating around between a lot of them. Not really feeling one specific character over the other yet. Give me a terrible idea because I haven't been able to find a star. I'm on the default crap. Yep, and with one spin attack, I'm already down to half my health. I'm just here for the participation prize, that's it. I knew I was going to be targeted because I'm on the default star, so everyone knows I'm an easy target. But look at all the things I got just for participating in the event. Now you see why I did it. Look at me. Oh, come on. The moment I get here. I'm lucky I have another warp.
Warp star.
Don't like that. Don't like that at all. This is Prime 4 gonna be much fun. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Prime 4. That's only in a few more weeks as well. Right in the beginning of December. I know it just had a new trailer come out for Prime 4. I haven't seen it because I'm just, at this point, not going to watch anything else for the game. It's coming out in like 3 weeks at this point. So, I haven't seen anything there. I just know they show one of the characters in the game, like right in the very beginning. So, like, okay, that's cool. I don't want to see any spoiler. I don't even know what the character is. I think it's supposed to be Silex. I don't know. But I have not seen it, nor do I want to know. It's been a really good thing now for me to go into games blind. I've been appreciating my games more because of that. Instead of knowing the super big thing, like, immediately. Ooh, you're very weak. Ooh, pillar. This has got to be pretty weak at this point. I've slashed a lot of it. People have been hitting it a lot. I didn't get it, but you know what? That's fine. I'm getting the rewards around the pillar, so I don't care. Okay. I don't know how I got put to sleep there. I guess sleep is contagious. Someone yawned near my direction. I want the vampire. There we go. That's much better than just standard warp. As I think of the new stars, like brand new stars I've gotten to try throughout this demo process, Vampire so far feels to be my favorite. I like Chariot as well. Chariot feels a little more situational because it kind of just feels like a modified bike. Which essentially it is. It's a wheelie, but a little more battle focused and speed. But when you don't even have to try to open the boxes, then you know you have a winner star. Like, this thing is pretty versatile. Fast, powerful, plus has a unique gimmick that it's actually very useful. So far, this might be my main star if I get to pick one. Alright, what do we do here? I can do Beam Gauntlet again, or Big Battle. I think I'll do the Big Battle for variety's sake. It almost looked like Wagon had like no health to start, which would have been a real problem for them. Oh, give me big. Just wait for it. I will be big. Apparently just not now. Holy crap, that didn't take long. That's why I want to be big. Unfortunately, you can only have one effect at a time, so couldn't become big when I couldn't actually grab anything else with the spin active. No, I didn't want that. Oh, crap. Get big again. Yeah, get near me with a sword. See how well that works. I don't care if you're a tank. I have sword. Get wrecked. I'm still winning, so that doesn't matter. And that secures the win. Oh, I got a kill. We're at the buzzer. Let's go. I mean, at this point, that's just overkill. I didn't need it. I just got bullied by the chef. What was on the menu is literally all their corpses. Yeah, special don't look that great. Yeah, it's okay. The problem with throwing out, like, bowls of food at people is it's just not going to be easy to hit people when you're randomly throwing out that curry. So, it does damage if you can hit, but good luck trying to hit. You can't control where you're throwing things. I just think of it like a worse beam at that point, because at least with beam, you have a little bit more control of who you're going to hit, just because it's a little more of a narrow shot.
Shadow Star.
That little boost, though, I get with Susie, just the start, yeah, that's kind of throwing me off. I love Susie, though. Like, legitimately, she's one of my favorite characters in Kirby. So, I'm glad to have her as a playable character for this. Stats or abilities or whatnot aside, I just like Susie. Okay. Where is that star? This way, okay. It's very close. Thankfully, it's coming up like my Uber. Yeah, I might be a little biased, though, for how much I like Susie, though, because Robobot's also one of my favorite games in the franchise. But it also feels like a big love letter, though, to Kirby Superstar fans because of all of, like, the Superstar callbacks. So, yeah, might be a little biased on that one for how much I like the character from a game that I really enjoy its theming. Can't help it, man. Can't help it, but that's, you know, Superstar love. Kind of makes a game a little bit higher up on the tier list because that was my first ever game. And still one of my favorites in the franchise. So now I've at least told that before on streams, like my first ever game. And I know it's in the videos too. First ever game was Kirby Superstar, because I got a Super Nintendo and a copy of Kirby Superstar as a Christmas gift when I was like 3 years old. So that was my first way of getting introduced into gaming. And what a way to get introduced. Dude, that's a terrible time for that. Okay, well now I can at least swap. Thank God I had my special ready. Because I can't swap machines when I'm tiny. I'm just glad, though. Like, I keep my consoles very up to date, but there's two consoles specifically I want to make sure work for as long as possible, and that's my Super Nintendo and my GameCube, because both of those have some very big sentimental value to me. I mean, a lot of my systems in general, like growing up, obviously gifts, because what 6-year-old's gonna afford like an N64 or something, right? But the point is, like, those specific systems have big sentimental value to me, so I still keep them hooked up. I haven't really used them in a long time, because I play those games now on different systems. But I keep them displayed, because they are just a big part of, like, my gaming history, but also just some family history, too. Elfin could be in the final game. You know, the final character machine count. That's true. That's why I can't really say, like, who I'm gonna, like, want to play a lot of. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna main a character specifically for this game. This is not really a game you main someone, per se. It's not gonna play this super competitively like a Smash Bros. Or Splatoon or something. But besides the point, yeah, we don't know the full roster just yet. So once we have the full roster, then it'd be a great time to start to experiment. And again, that's only in about a week, because the full game is due to release on Thursday, this upcoming week. But yeah, it'd be cool to see Elfin in, because, you know, Forgotten Land is the most recent game in the franchise, so might as well put a character from the most recent game. And people like the character specifically, too. Yeah, that is true even there, Kira, too. Like, there's also a lot of challenges, too, that could have certain things that unlock in the game that we don't know of yet. Maybe it'd be some machines or some characters. Because that is how the original Kirby Air Ride worked as well. Some of the challenges you had to play in order to unlock the machines that you have available in, like, City Trial. And that's how you got Meta Knight and King Deity. It was usually from those specific challenges. So who knows? Who knows who else will be in this game? Maybe the bees from Triple Deluxe. You never know. No, I don't even mean like the boss. I just mean like a little like bee enemy or something. That'd be funny. Hey, they put like what, Queen Bee from Mario Galaxy in the Mario Kart 7. Anything's possible. But yeah, Sector could be a good pick as well.
3, 2, 1, go!
Also, Marks would be another good pick. We don't have any confirmation that Marks is going to be in the game or not, so I wouldn't be shocked if that does end up becoming a thing for the final product. We'll see. Marks is another easy pick when you really think about it. Yeah, I'm not winning this. Where the heck is first, dude? They are just gone. I think, yeah, they're lapping us. Okay. I can only do so much with drafting here to catch up. And jet boosters. Can't forget those. Good thing I'm Susie. That at least helps me get second. Oh, we have confirmation from Marks. Okay. You see, because I haven't seen any of those directs. I didn't know. Yeah, Triple Deluxe is so good. Both Triple and Robobot are fantastic 3DS games. Legitimately, to me, the two Kirby games on 3DS, both of those, some of the best games on the entire console. I love both Triple Deluxe and Robobot. I have a slight bigger affinity for Robobot. Again, there's a lot of Kirby Superstar callbacks in it. And I like the powers, but Triple Deluxe is still a fantastic game, too, on its own merits. That's a dip in the old conspiracy theory about the Sakurai buys. But doesn't he hate everything that's not his Kirby? Now to read your actual question. Didn't he direct the original Kirby Superstar? That's why I always thought as well, yeah. Like, I thought Sakurai had a pretty big hand with Superstar, because that's when he was working on Kirby games very regularly. So, for characters like Marks to come back as a no-brainer, if that's like a Sakurai creation, he would want to have his own characters in the games that he's directing. That makes sense. I mean, look, of all the bosses that they could have pulled from Kirby to put into Smash Ultimate, it was Marks. Gee, I wonder why. Sakurai bias much? No, it makes sense, though. It legit does. Marks is one of the most well-known Kirby villains, so it kind of does feel like a no-brainer to put Marks into a lot of different things that are associated with Kirby. Or it'll be Kirby spin-offs, or with something like Smash Bros. It just makes sense. Oh, there's Box. Wondering where that was. And thankfully, I have a lot of AoE stuff on me right now, so that's been helping. Because I don't want to run into these boxes if they're fakes, but if I could just shoot them with a laser, then I don't have to worry about it being a bomb. You know, I worked on Dreamland Superstar and Air Ride remember from interviews of him saying he doesn't like sequels, doing the same thing too often. That's why I think, like, you probably are onto something with the Superstar thing, because he may not have, like, fully made the game, but directing it makes sense. Which is why there'll still be a lot of callbacks. He still had his own original ideas in it. If that's the case, but I don't know exactly as well, since I haven't really followed a lot of those interviews. I almost flew right into that negative boost. So I'm glad I landed in the way I did. Oh, that's all the powers. I got a majority of them, so I'm good. I should go now and head towards the volcano, because I should be able to make it to the island in the middle with all this flying power of mine. Yeah, I got like 7 wings, so... See ya. This is all mine. Oh, something else dropped? Oh, a person. Oh my god. Okay, well, unfortunate. I wasn't the only one that got up here. And now I'm without a star. I was afraid of that because I did see someone else in the volcano, and that was giving me a fright. I was hoping they weren't going to be able to get up there before I was done.
Three, two, one, start!
Fire Lion gang reference? Maybe? That'd be cool. And yeah, Mr. Frosty would also be cool too. That's another enemy I can just associate with Kirby all the time because you see Mr. Frosty in so much. Mr. Frosty is like a mainstay for good reason. Fire Lion, I can't really see as much though, because that's like an enemy nobody really remembers unless they played either the original Kirby Adventure or Nightmare in Dreamland. Like, it's a little bit more of a forgettable enemy, even though, well, I guess third game, Kirby Superstar Ultra, because it appears in Revenge of King Dedede mode. So it'd be cool to see. I just don't know if that would actually happen because it's not a character most people think of. I might be keeping this Warp Star at this point, because I can't find anything else that's going to click. Oh, here we go. Never mind. Slow down! God, I'm breaking and everything. Just going to scoot over and give me that. So there's the thing I want now. I'm good with Vampire. Oh my god, I can't. I keep on bouncing. I just wanted the stuff right in front of me, and I couldn't even do that. Well, getting stuck on a lip. Yeah, being like a reference in story mode, I guess that would make sense. Like, referencing the character in general, that just feels like a no-brainer. But as a playable character, that's why I'm not 100% sure if they're going to bring in certain, like, mini-bosses from Kirby, because there's a lot of different names I can pull from. And some more obscure than others, obviously.
Three, two, one, go!
So much food. I didn't eat all day. I came prepared. They said it's an all-you-eat buffet, and I didn't eat before I came. This is the strategy to win. burger. It's the weirdest looking burger, though. It's so flat. Ooh, watermelon. Speaking of looking flat. I don't know what everyone else's food situation is looking like, though. So I don't know if I'm actually doing good or if I'm falling behind at this point. I've been feeling like I've been getting a lot. I don't know if I have the most on the board, but I feel like at least second place.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Especially if I do stuff like that.
time.
Just got like 10 different pieces of food in 2 seconds. I think that's enough. No, second place. Barely. I was off by 9. Wow. Talk about cutting it close. I just find it ironic that the Chef Kawasaki got 3rd. The chef of all characters. The one that specializes in food. That feel win, man. Yeah, I can agree about the city trial music on this one, Jay Hazen. I prefer the original, but that's just because of personal bias.
3, 2,
This is still a really good song. I hope, though, we take a note out of the Smash Bros. Stuff, which, I mean, I would think we probably will for music customization. Can I get off of the star? What the heck was happening? Oh my god, that guy has latency that's so bad. He has to be on a dial-up internet from 1998. Because what the heck happened? Okay, as I was saying, I'm going to just grab a clip of that for later. I hope we take a note out of the Smash Bros. Stuff, which I can see us doing, since it's the same person making this a Smash, and letting us pick songs for playing in, like, City Trial. Because I believe that was a thing also for Kirby Air Ride when you unlocked, like, the alternate song for City Trial. You can just... I think it was holding Z when you're loading in the City Trial, you can change the song. So I hope in this you can go between the new City Trial theme and the old one, because the old theme is in this game right now. If you go into the tutorial and go through City Trial stuff specifically, the original City Trial theme from the GameCube game is in Kirby Air Riders now. So that's why I would just hope that you can just have that as a toggle like immediately and not have to unlock it. I would prefer that, because then I would like flip-flop between the new song and the old song. But yeah, that original song is really good. I didn't really play the alternate one as much because I liked the original just so much more. I need to find something. I don't want paper. I see vampire, actually. How do I get down there from here? This? Yeah, this would be a good shortcut. I'm not going to make to that race in time, but that's okay. I'd rather get a star because I can't compete with this thing.
Vampire Star.
So I'm good now. But unfortunately, I won't have any time to get over there, even if I boosted. I'm just going to hold off. Yeah, that's understandable, Jay Hazen. Like, honestly, I don't hate the new DDD model as much. I think it works in some art styles more than others, but I do prefer the original. I do think this specific DDD model is a little bit better instead of the one that looks like he didn't skip arm day at gym. It's gonna depend on the game which one I like more, because I think it works better in Forgotten Land with just the art style there, and he's supposed to be more like a beast in that, so it works for Forgotten Land. It's a little weird though to see his model different in the Return to Dreamland remaster though. Like, yeah, it does kind of stand out in that one to me, at least when I first saw it. But yeah, no, like DD keeps on changing up models. Like, you're right on that one, Kira. So they might not stick on the new one that they have now for that long. It could just be a thing we see for like a handful of years, and then they make another new model. Looks like he's in Club Penguin. Now that's one way to describe him. Dude, we're getting to a point now where Club Penguin's been shut down for so long. It's gonna get to a point now where someone's gonna say that. It's like, oh yeah, that reminds me of Club Penguin. And then you're gonna have a response of, what? It's gonna happen. That's the sad part. Because people are already doing that with a lot of other retro stuff. I mean, I grew up with floppy disks, and now everyone just assumes that the floppy is just the save icon, which is not actually true at all. That's just how Sense of Time works. I didn't know that though, Kira. Like, if Forgotten Lands model pulls a little bit from the 64 deity design, it's hard to notice right away with just the new design mixed with the old. That's probably why his proportions didn't look as off compared to the new model they made for Return to Dreamland, which I'm not sure why they did that, honestly, looking back at it. Kind of random when you really think about it that they changed his model for a Wii remake. They didn't even keep him consistent with the other game looks, he just flat out looked different. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. He keeps the main outfit, but just wears the hat. Let's go. Give me all their goodies. And now it's Big D. Good luck trying to do anything.
4, 3, 2, 1, time.
Wow, I got so many items there in the last 15 seconds. Oh, my health is off the chart with that. That was a lot of health drops.
Stadium.
Yeah, you bet we're doing the boss fight after that. Especially with Vampire Star. This is a great test for it. Also, DD just gotta fight his inner demons after all. That's fair, Kira. I'm, to be fair, in the same boat as you. I never heard about Club Penguin at all growing up, but I wasn't really into those kind of games at that stage in my life, so it's probably why by the time it shut down, it's the only way I heard about it, and it was because of all the memes. Not easy to chase him down. Let's see if we can refresh this now. Come on. Just wail on him. Sword should almost be done by now. But we'll get another one, because that is kind of the strat for this fight, at least for me. Don't have much time left. I don't know about this one, Chief.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hit him! Yeah, not enough time. We weren't doing that much damage, surprisingly. But we only had 5 people, so the DPS limit wasn't that great. You can see how much I did compared to second place. That actually adds up. I still won the event, technically. Even though we lost. You know what? That's a very fair thing to have set for yourself there, Jay Hazen. The $30 amiibo being your limit. Yeah, that that is as much as I'd be willing to pay for an amiibo too, and even then, I still don't like paying $30. I'm gonna hold off myself because from what I've been hearing, these amiibo, at least here in the West, they haven't been selling that well. So they've been going on sale for stores like GameStop or Walmart, stuff like that, a little bit sooner than they normally would. So stock is plentiful enough, and then they're going on sale a few months after release, just because stores need to clear out the space. So I'm gonna wait myself, unless there's like a super specific reason you need an amiibo for a game. Because I'm so done with the amiibo phase at this point. I've been done for a few years, but when these prices jump to the extremes that they have now, it's just impossible to keep up. And they don't do anything anyways in the games. Like, these new Metroids look really good, but I don't know if I can justify the 30 to 40 bucks on the amiibo if they just unlock a skin in the game, because that doesn't really make as much sense anymore. And it's mainly a problem from what I understand here in the West, especially in America, because amiibo prices aren't as bad everywhere else. It's just really bad for us because of just how things are now, unfortunately. I'm gonna try a different star here. We'll do tank. So ironically, this turn's a little bit better than wing, just because of the drift. Yeah, I mean, recently I heard that those Zelda amiibo, they dropped down, I don't know how much it was, like percentage-wise, but they were as low as like 16, 15 bucks at GameStop at one point. That was like a month ago. And those Street Fighter amiibo that launched for 40 bucks also went on sale for like just as little of a price. They were more than half off. Amiibos just aren't selling here. And it makes sense when you see their price tags, because people just don't want to spend $30 to $50 on amiibo anymore. It just doesn't make any sense. So people haven't been buying. So that's why I just want to know what these things do in games before I buy them anymore. Because after the Donkey Kong Bonanza one, I feel so burned. I just want to wait now. Because they didn't really tell us what the amiibo did on, like, lead up to launch. It just said it would unlock a costume in the game, but they didn't say how. And then we learned it doesn't unlock something until more than halfway through the adventure, essentially. So it is almost worthless. It does the same thing as a Donkey Kong that you could have bought 10 years ago until layer 900. And then from there, you unlock a costume early. They don't really need the figure if you don't want to get the special outfit for Pauline before you beat the game. I think that's post-game, normally. But because I have the amiibo, I can't say, because I already have it unlocked. But I just feel burned after that one. So I just want to wait until I know what these things do going forward. Even Splatoon ones I'm going to probably draw the line on, because I'm a huge Splatoon fan, and they do a lot for that franchise, but I know what they're going to cost, and I'm worried about Splatoon Raiders having figures launch for it, because every game in the franchise has had amiibo launch with the game alongside of it. Even a spin-off could do that. Can I stop being chased? Thank you. Alright, I need something to hit the pillar with, because there's no way I'm doing that with just a warp star. That's gonna suck. And that's already destroyed. Okay, someone came in prepared. That's why I wanted to wait. I'll rip the rewards. As much as I can at the very least. Oh, and someone had a magnet. Wow. Rip rewards. I really want to look at shot right now, but I feel like I do that, I'm immediately going to get shot. See? I already have a target on my back. I want to read that comment. Just put Kira. Just give me a sec on that one. I don't want to die. I need something else. There's a warp star down there. There's vampire over here. Hey, I keep on going vampire because it is starting to become very noticeable, but I need something with literal health. Okay, now I can look at chat. Saw a clip on Facebook. Well, sorry you're on Facebook. That's all I'll say. Someone city trial having their machine get destroyed from someone's attack on the floor above them. Nice. Honestly, at that point, that's a layering issue that I wasn't expecting. That or lag. Because we just saw what happened with the Wingstar in the previous game. That was a mess. You can improve your wireless card as much as you can in the system or give it a better like network chip period, but you can't fix that one guy who plays on McDonald's Wi-Fi. That will just never get fixed because it's McDonald's Wi-Fi and they can't leave.
3, 2, 1, time!
Meta Knight's the best skins. Oh yeah. I definitely think he has some of the most memorable skins anyways, because they're different characters, technically. So that's why I like him.
Stadium.
Beam Gauntlet or Skydive? Well, let's do Skydive since we played Beam Gauntlet earlier.
Three, two, one, go!
Meta Knight's on the tank. Yeah, he's just free falling instantly. That's about right. I need to do the bounce. Wow, what was that angle though? Dude, I'm going so slow compared to everyone else. I'm missing a lot of the good stuff because of that. Go for the 500. I can't get that thing in the middle because I think that was the 2000. I couldn't even try for that if I wanted to. My controls are just way too slippery. If I got it, I probably would have won, but it's way too risky. Yeah, airspeed in general for Vampire. Probably not the best event to pick for that. I just want to do something different. It's funny how that was recommended to me still, but it was because of my stats alone. But yeah, you can really feel in an event like the skydiving one, how the air stat for Vampire just isn't right there. Oh man, I got Vanilla. It's literally just the most basic one because it's just stock Kirby. Well, at least now wearing the pink shirt makes sense. Okay, remember that McDonald's Wi-Fi thing before? I think maybe half the room is on McDonald's Wi-Fi, because why is it taking so long to start? Who's got the slow connection? Come on. Kind of a problem when you have more players in the game, because this is more likely to actually happen, because it's just higher odds. Man. First game I've actually had that had this long of a wait to start, so this is not a good sign. To be fair, if it hangs too long, I'll just close the game, because Nintendo is telling people, if you wait on the screen for too long, then you have to back out of the game entirely, and it should fix the problem. I think this bug is still present in this version of the Global Test Ride demo, where if you wait too long, you're just on an infinite loop of waiting. Tyranza one of the character options in the demo? No, that's why we were speculating before what character could be in it. Because I didn't notice any Triple Deluxe representation. Tyranza's not in this for the demo's sake. I think he's supposed to be in the final product, but not here. Yeah, I think this is a dead lobby. That's unfortunate. Well, it's almost for basic vanilla. Just gonna give it another like 30 seconds and I'm gonna quit. Cause I think I hit that 90-second limit that Nintendo's been warning people about. I'm just trying to see if it waits long enough to error, but I don't think I'm gonna error. Yeah, that was a unfortunate thing. Oh well. It's a demo, so it doesn't even matter about if you get penalized or not for a bad connection, because from what I've seen, they aren't penalizing people for any bad connections. They know this is a work in progress situation. They're still fine-tuning the servers before the game launches. Although I hate how every time you boot the game, you gotta look at this specific terms and agreements page. Because I feel like if you accept it once, you already know the rules. You don't need to see them every time you boot the game. That's excessive. But that's a demo thing, because outside of the tutorial stuff, nothing is seeming to really getting, like, perma-saved. Like, options and lessons are really the only things that are getting saved. It says I'm getting, like, new record stuff, but you can't see them, so it doesn't really matter. Just for whatever reason, the terms and agreement part's not saving. Now, I'm just glad, though, like, we're talking about the different characters that could or couldn't be playable in this. I'm just glad we have more playable characters, but Kirby, King Deity, and Meta Knight. That's it. And even then, King Deity and Meta Knight, yeah, they were playable, but that was with some quotation marks on it, because they were proper racers in air ride mode, but in City Trial, you can really only use the characters in free roam. So it was like, yeah, they're playable, but they're not really playable in every regard. So I'm glad that, you know, we can just change that up now. They can still have unique abilities, but actually participate correctly and ride different stars. So I will say, I do miss just having the flying Mega Knight just be a character, because that was, you know, a cool thing to have for air rides specifically. But also, yeah, it makes more sense to give him a star. And then make him fly around for a special. I want to get off this. I don't really like paper too much. That star is pretty difficult to control and doesn't really have any major benefits that I want to use it with. Dude, seriously, why? Why me? I've been a big target for a lot of people tonight, I've noticed. Because a lot of games, I notice I am near, or actually, at death. I don't know if someone legitimately beat you, because I don't believe the Daniel defeating tack message there. He ran into a box that exploded. So that tack essentially just killed himself. Now that sounded like I killed the person, even though I didn't. Let's see if we can find something else, though. Wagon's not great in this, specifically, I've noticed. At least for City Trial. We don't have any air ride races, which that's where this thing would shine. I want to stick with this or go with Shadow, because this is a little harder to control. It just depends on the game. Yeah, we'll go with Shadow, actually. Because the bulk star isn't that fast. Plus, this is gonna actually fly, which is gonna help me. Oh my god. Never mind. The real winner here. Outside of flying, this thing is perfect in every regard. Alright, well, there's nothing up there, so I don't have to worry about flying to the island. I can get to the top of the roof. So at this point, I'm just going to mainly be specializing in any kind of combat-related stadium event, because that's where my stats are starting to shine. Yeah, I have a lot of offense at 14. And how much was that on weight? 4. Okay, and turns on 12. Fences at 8. So I should be good for any kind of combat thing then, from what I'm seeing. Oh, so much for having 14 offense, not 13.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Go, 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 go. All right, at least I got those two. So I gotta glide in the fence. I hope the defense counted. No, the defense did not count, so I just got the glide. That's weird. It was collecting right at the buzzer, so probably it got the one before the other. That's why I counted only the glide. Well, there's no combat-related ones, so beam gauntlet it is. As we've seen from this thing's abysmal flying stat, don't even try target flight. I will get 10s if I'm lucky.
Three, two, one, go!
Need to get that trail. Can I stop getting hit by all the fire bars? And the laser beams? Yeah, okay, that knuckle jaw just like took it away. I mean, the dude has a lot of top speed on that chariot, so I'm not surprised. I was getting a lot of speed from him from just drafting. Left a big trail of stars behind him, so that worked. But yeah, I don't know what event I could have done there that could have probably won. Maybe the button pressing, but this was the safer bet. Menu music probably your favorite so far you've heard? Yeah, that's fair. It is a remix of the original Kirby Air Ride menu. I can already tell that immediately when I booted it, but it is a really good remix. I'll take this. At least I think it's one of the remixes from Air Ride, because it sounded familiar to me right away. You can tell if you watch any of my video stuff and then you listen to me talk on streams. You can tell how much research I do on the videos that I put out, and then when I stream, I'm like, oh man, it's like I think it's this thing. I come in with nothing, so I have all my knowledge ahead of time to make a video. So I definitely go off script a lot more when I stream, and I make myself look more like a fool because of it. It looks like a quick spin, huh? So much like quick spin, huh? I'm doing everything but quick spinning because I have all these other items, so it's overlapping. I didn't even do the quick spin event. I need to get something else, so as much as I don't want it, I might have to get a star that's down here. Yeah, I need to swap, so as much as I don't want it, I might have to go... Oh, wait. Might not need to. This is enough food here. Yeah, that got me full healed. Never mind. But, no, speaking of video stuff, though, I do have news to share tonight for people on that one, because I have been working hard these past few weeks, trying to get more stuff, like, edited up and prepared. I actually just sat down the other day and recorded something for the first time in, at this point, it's probably like 2 months or so. Okay, nice. I love running right from the warp into an explosion. That's the worst spawn for that explosive barrel. Jeez, dude. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, I guess now I'm on the hunt for a new star yet again. Because I don't want paper. I was saying, I have a new video series that's actually going to be coming out here starting this upcoming week on Monday. I've been hard at work these past few weeks, starting to actually sit down and record again for the first time since, like, very beginning of October. So, I can actually share now news about that new series. I don't want to say what it is exactly, because I always like keeping people in suspense. But there will be a new series starting on Monday, and it's honestly something that's been heavily requested for a few years, something that I was so scared of. I played the original game multiple times on my YouTube channel, if you really know the history of the channel. So, it's also topical because there was a specific update that came out very recently for a game in its franchise. And I think that's as much as I shall say, because if you know exactly release schedules for games, or update cycles, I guess, and some of the things I'm hinting out, you probably know what the game is already in question. So I'm just gonna leave it there. But I'm looking forward to it, and I'm hoping people are gonna enjoy this new series. It's gonna be a longer one, because this year has been a lot of short stuff, but this one is gonna be pretty long. I already have like about 20 videos prepared for it, so I can already say it's gonna be a series that happens for a while. It just feels good to be back into like making like proper like Let's Play style video again, because of how long it's been since I've fully have done that. Been mainly focusing on the challenges for the past few weeks, so I can subsidize content. And I'm just glad to be able to do those again too, because I've been actually having a lot of good ideas. That series for years has always been in like the back burner of my head, and like been in like these weird states of hiatuses because I just ran out of ideas at one point. I was legitimately not sure what else to do for a challenge. And then when I started to stream and do those challenges for full playthroughs on streams, then it's like, what am I gonna do in a video? Like, that's just, I don't know what to do now with the videos because it's redundant. And I don't want to post an entire like 10-hour adventure as like a challenge video. It's just, that's too much. So I ended up just holding off for years until I thought of new ideas like this past year alone. I know like certain ones were very well received, like the Sonic Unleashed one, the Ocarina of Time one. Both of these were put out just a few weeks ago. Those were well received. I'm glad those did well enough. I can just get back to doing the challenges every once in a while. Because I think they're good supplementary material for when I'm working on big stuff. I just noticed, by the way, because I knew my machine was sparking, I didn't know I had literally 1 HP on it. I thought I had at least enough to see the red bar. Not a sliver at most. That was scary. Alright, we're doing air glide. I don't know why I would do drag race with a wing star. That just sounds terrible. Alright, let's see how far we can go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, that is kind of weird too, Jeez, and I thought the same. We got 2 Waddle Dees in this game when you think about it, because Bandana and Waddle, they're essentially the same character, even though they're really not. But one's got a staff and one doesn't, so I guess it's different enough. Am I going to be able to even catch up the first? Because they're so far ahead, and I'm losing height. And they're not slowing down. Yeah, no, I'm not catching up. The furthest I can go is about 1,000. They are really booking it. Wow, where are they going? They have a lot more points than me then. Yeah, okay, that's fair. GG's, guy. You had a lot more wing on you. That's understandable, Matt. Honestly, it sounds like you need to call in an emergency appointment at this point, because that sounds really bad. I hope you can get an appointment soon for that tooth. Because if that's starting to be that painful, I would be worried. So yeah, go rest for now. See if you can maybe treat the headache at that point. That's understandable. Hopefully you feel better soon. Won't see you till Tuesday. Gee, that makes no sense. When it's an emergency where you can have, oh, I don't know, poison leak into your mouth and kill you. And they're like, oh, well, wait. I'm not allowed to do that. That's really weird. But either way, yeah, feel better soon, dude. Seriously. I know that can't be fun to have a bad tooth.
3, 2, 1, start!
I don't remember all these crystals being down here, so every time I've been under, people broke all the crystals by the time I got here. Although I can feel they kind of chugged the frame rate a little bit because of the explosion. You can see it every time you hit a crystal and it just breaks into pieces here. Alright, well thankfully now I'm done with you. Let's get wheelie. On the ground, preferably. Say, is there any way I can tell? Okay, thankfully 2 of them spawn next to each other. Yes, you can. One of them should be slightly more blue and have some like sparkles around it if it's real. That's what I'm looking for. But that one's fake. I need something else though. This thing is about to blow. I defeated someone though, so I'll get some stats. That's cool. I can get the Shadow Star, I guess? That's next to me. Get this now.
Shadow Star!
Good timing. Because someone was riding on my tail, they might have destroyed my bike. And how did I not get the negative? It's beyond me. Plan on streaming the whole demo. I mean, not the whole thing. I'm just streaming until I feel done with the game, so it might be like another 2 hours at most, I would say. Oh, I didn't know I had a reverse. Again? Really? Sure. But yeah, we could probably arrange something like that, yeah, because I want to see how the multiplayer thing works in this anyway, so we can see what we can work out there when you're available then, days. And same goes for you, Kier, if you're still here for the Twitch side. If people on my mutual list want to try and get in on this, that's fine with me. The only problem, obviously, is going to just be I don't think we can have randoms join and friends at the same time, so I'll have to make a private room. That's the only thing, which is kind of stupid, but it's whatever. I wish this had, like... I mean, I don't know if it does. I think it's just friend requests only, though. That's one thing I've been appreciating more games doing, like with Smash, Splatoon, Mario Kart even. You can just post a room code and people just join with that. Because honestly, it gets really stupid to share your friend code with everyone. Your friend information, period. Like, maybe I just want to open the room and just have people play. Without that, Nintendo? I'm kind of thinking of it, but kind of not. Depends on the game. Need something else. What is this? Vampire? Well, I'm almost dead, so I don't care what it is. I need to take it. I like Vampire.
Vampire Star!
As we learned, unless it's a flying game, this thing's very powerful. Can I please drive up? It also has like no speed when you're on a wall, apparently. This will help secure me stuff. And everyone's already taken all the warps, so it's kind of hard to find anything. Alright, well, I have an idea. No, stop! I just want to go in the volcano. Okay, we're in. All the stuff's gone, but no one's gonna be in here. Get some glide. That's really good, because I don't know if I'm gonna make this jump. Let's find out. Probably not. There's nothing up there anyways. Okay, that's fine. I just thought of that too, yeah. This game is going to work really well with the GameCube controller. So I should probably try using the GameCube adapter. I was talking about that last week and just never got around to it. That would be interesting to just see how it maps. The only thing I'm just not sure of is how it's going to feel when swapping machines, but the Y button's easy enough to get to on a GameCube. It's not going to feel weird to go from A to Y. Okay, let's do Gourmet Race. Thankfully, I still have my GameCube adapter out from when I used it last with the Switch 2. I just need to grab a GameCube controller as well. Honestly, the most annoying part about all that is just having to move a table, because I use a little like folding table next to a chair I have in this room for my laptop setup, or like a tablet and such. And since I've been using a lot more portable devices of late when I'm playing a game on the TV, I've just been leaving it out, but it takes up a lot of space and it blocks off where my systems are. So I have to keep on moving it every time I want to like grab my Switch 2 or something. What is happening? I'm collecting food, but nothing's oh, I see what's going on. That Meta Knight's not moving. That Meta Knight's legitimately screwing up the whole game. Or is it not the Meta Knight? It's one of these players. They have massive lag. So it's screwing up the internal counting system. The game's not collecting anything because someone's connection here is so laggy. But I just don't know who it is. This is a problem because if you know who it is, you would report the player so you don't get matched for them again. But this was awful. Yeah, there was a comm error because of that. Wow. I'm not closing out of this. I want to see if I won. I got third. Nobody got points. 13, 10, 6, and 6. Okay. That's fun. I'm legit shocked I can even see these results, but okay. That's the first time I calmed air out of a game. I've never seen that before. But let me go now and hook up that GameCube adapter really quick. It's just gonna take me a quick sec. Let me move the table now prematurely. Alright, there we go. Let me go ahead and hook that controller up, because I want to see how this controls with a GameCube controller. Just stock GameCube, because I don't have that Switch 2 online one, but there's no real point for me specifically. So let me go hook up a controller. I don't know what it is, man, but I always have a hard time plugging in anything to the Switch 2 dock's USB ports. Because of them being more recessed, it just, I don't know, it's harder for me to get those USBs in there compared to like the original Switch dock or the OLED dock or something. There we go, I got my OG controller hooked up. You can tell it's the OG one because if I can get it on camera. Well, that's as close as I can get it. There's the cord. But yeah, this is the one I had to tape up. I can zoom in the camera. I just gotta pull up the software here for that for a second. Apparently there's been an update for my camera. Well, let's not do that midstream because that's gonna break something. All right, let's zoom this in quite a lot right here. There you go. Now you can really tell. Kind of. There it is. That's electrical tape because the wire itself, being a 20-plus-year-old controller, yeah, it's starting to show its age. If I knew how to solder, this would be a super easy fix, because I can just pop off the wire and then pop a new one on, because apparently just getting a replacement wire isn't that hard. Really? I noticed that, by the way. Look at this. The game is mapping the GameCube controller correctly. It shows the A and the B buttons from the GameCube setup. That was Y on the Switch controller. So it's properly mapping the GameCube. That's neat. Yeah, I really like this silver controller. I still use it even though, like I said, the wire's starting to go. But the controller itself works great. I changed out its pads, keep it maintained, and it still functions great. I just like how it looks. Although it's kind of a pain to show on camera because you don't see the logo. And I've had people before in videos or streams in the past say, that's a third-party controller, dude. I'm like, it's not. Because you can't see the logo doesn't mean it ain't real. But it always looks sleek, outside of not being able to see the logo, I guess, on a camera. I was almost low-key hoping they would do another wave of GameCube controller releases for maybe this game or something, because I would just like to have another new one. I don't really use my Smash Bros. GameCube controllers all that much. And that's just because I want to wear this thing out until it doesn't work anymore before I start using the new controllers for much. Because it's just hard to actually source these things anymore. They're super expensive on the used market because people go through these like crazy. Doesn't help with how aggressive Smash players are on these controllers, so the GameCube controllers are starting to become more of a rare breed, I feel. Oh yeah, a special controller for Bonanza would have been interesting, yeah, because all the colors for the game, yeah, I can see that working really well for like a special edition controller or something. I don't know when we're gonna ever see those for the system yet, because the Switch 2 is pretty sterile compared to the Switch 1. We haven't seen anything besides just the standard red and blue color scheme for the Switch 2 just yet, and even then, they're just accent colors on the sides and the Joy-Con. And then the whole black only for Pro Controller. I mean, I'm not complaining about that. I prefer all my devices just to kind of be like that nice dark black color and such. It just looks more sleek. But it would be nice to have other options too, especially for people who want to differentiate their hardware.
Vampire Star.
Oh, here comes Dinah. You know, I know a missed opportunity probably could have been having a special edition ready for Pokemon Legends ZA, just because it's Pokemon. It would sell like crazy. We've seen the main game itself already become apparently the best-selling physical game this year, period. Doesn't matter if it's Switch, Switch 2, or any other franchise. It just overtook everything, which is not a surprise. It's Pokemon we're talking about here. That series always sells out like instantly. So that's expected at this point. I don't know how the bundle is selling for the Switch 2 and Pokemon ZA. I'd be curious about those numbers once, you know, sales figures actually come in. I've been enjoying ZA so far, but I feel like I have to talk about what happened on Thursday because I need to make a PSA, which is so dumb I have to make. But here we are. That stream from Thursday, man, was just... It was fun up until that final 30 minutes. And then it went downhill so fast that I can't even describe just how toxic it got. So I need to make the obvious PSA to people. Say, hey, you know, listen to the streamer's rules. When you join chat, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, there are rules that you are agreeing to. And if you break those, then I do have rounds to time you out or flat out ban you if it gets too bad. And if you weren't here on Thursday, well, you dodged a bullet apparently by the last hour mark. At least if you're on the YouTube side. We had someone specifically come in and I don't know how to describe it. Besides just the most confusing thing I've ever seen. Someone coming in trying to share around some specific meme that I didn't even know, but I asked for that person to stop. That didn't happen. They were constantly spamming the specific thing I told them to stop posting about. And then when they were getting upset, I was timing them out because that's one of the rules in the chats. Don't spam. If I tell you to stop spamming, there's a reason. So then I have to start timing you out if you don't listen. Well, I definitely didn't listen because I got more aggressive and they started to post racial slurs. You do that, it's not just an instant ban, but at that point you're ruining the experience for everyone else. We had to lock down the YouTube chat entirely. I had to put in sub-only mode so people who are subscribed to the channel can still talk, and that's free on YouTube. It's the same as following on Twitch, if you don't know. But yeah, that was disgusting. I had to do a lot of work for the VOD. If you're wondering, I usually post that on social media. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and that YouTube link is how you would watch back those streams before they're uploaded on the VOD channel. I had to private that stream and unlist it on Twitch entirely because I have to do a lot of work on the post end just to remove those comments from the on-screen chat. And unfortunately, that's baked into the actual chat's replay system on YouTube, so that's why that had to go. I can't believe I have to say, don't come in and post the N-word, because that's legitimately what was happening. Like, I've never seen that before in my stuff. That is a first for me, and I hope it's the last time. You should never be doing that in anyone's stuff. That is legit disgusting. Yeah, that's very messed up. I don't understand why that's what we had. I'm assuming the person was a kid, because the thing they were referring to was some weird Pokemon meme that spawned from TikTok, which I don't even know about. I don't follow any of these said trends on TikTok. I don't even use TikTok personally at all, because I just don't like it. I think it's led to a degree of brain rot that society is just never recovering from at this point. And it's getting to a stage now where we're starting to see those effects in a negative way. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of when people have to do that crap, but I've never seen that kind of behavior before. That's why it's like, I don't bash people in the YouTube chat because you guys are great. But when I say the words, I don't like YouTube chat, I'm not referring to the people, I'm referring to the moderation tools. Because I felt like I had to be in a panic during that moment trying to figure out, how do I play whack-a-mole with someone that has 20 alternate accounts? The answer is you don't really have a solution. All you can do is just lock down the chat to be subscriber-only mode, members-only, or there's one other option. What was it? I can see real quick in my editor. Members, subscribers, and live commentary, which is approved users. So I have to put you in approved list if I use that option. That's the worst one. That's literally at that point only the mods can talk because the approved list is very small. So, yeah. That's not ideal. I just want more mod tools because I'm spoiled with the ones on Twitch. We have AutoMod. We've had plenty of chatbots over the years to use that help automate the whole process. But nothing like that really exists for the YouTube side, and that's been a major problem for many years with YouTube, specifically for streaming. So, yeah, if you enjoy the content, remember to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Because that might also be sometimes how you have to talk in chat. I hate doing that, because that limits how things work. at that point, because you can't just have a new person join in, chat for the first time, and then just get a feel of the community and see how people are, and then just be able to participate before they're wanting to subscribe themselves. It's kind of the point of keeping things open. I don't do follow only on Twitch for the same reason. But if things get bad, yes, I will lock it down that way, because it'll keep us safe. Yeah, like, based on the comments this one was saying, I'm thinking it was a younger kid, specifically. Especially based on, like, this meme that they were talking about. I looked it up after the stream just to know what was the context. And it definitely looked like some random brain rot meme that nobody's ever heard of, unless you're, like, super into scrolling on TikTok, I guess. And again, I don't do that stuff. I don't follow any of those trends. The only social media I really use on my phone would be, like, Blue Sky, and that's, like, rare. I don't use it that much. I'll check in maybe once every few hours at most on something for, like, 2-minute stops. I don't like being on social media much. Never have. And especially over the years. It's been getting worse.
3, 2, 1, start!
There you go. Alright, I got third. I forgot where to go on that one halfway through. That didn't help. I will say, though, ironically, what happened that night did actually teach me something about my YouTube account I wasn't really aware of, because when I was looking at a lot of my mod tools after the fact, I noticed that, for whatever reason, the gifting ability was not enabled on memberships yet. I don't know why. I set that to be enabled once they made it public to everyone, but it just never went through. But it did now, so if you're on YouTube, you can gift members to other people, and just becoming a member on the channel supports me, obviously. It helps a lot. You get custom emails to use in the chat and also in comments and videos. And it is only $2.99 a month, so it isn't, like, as expensive as a Twitch sub, for example, but you don't get as many benefits as being a Twitch sub, so I try to balance it out as best I can. But now, gifting members is important because I can do the same back to my audience, too. And that actually is a cool thing. And also a good promotion thing, I guess, for me. That's probably why they let streamers do that in a certain way.
Fire!
So yeah, I fixed the gifting option now, so that's working. People actually have interest in the membership on YouTube side. Oh boy, Gordo, stay away. New. Not getting that. Notice the colors more vibrant. I'm gonna assume you mean with the games going from Switch 1 to 2. Because obviously in hardware, yeah, it's probably disagree because of how many colors they had on the Switch 1. It's been insane. But yeah, in the games, yeah, I can see that. It depends on the property, but a game like this is extremely colorful, but it's a very cartoony game, so it makes sense for it to be as colorful as it is. I did notice when I was, going back and forth between the Switch 1 and the Switch 2 for Legends EA, it still looked really good on Switch 1. And that's saying a lot after how Scarlet and Violet were dumpster fires for graphics. As much as I like Scarlet and Violet as a game, graphically and performance speaking, that was a mess that should never be repeated. Because that was horrible. Especially on launch. Oh god, we don't talk about the Scarlet and Violet launch. We're lucky the game booted.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, time!
Maybe just game. I mean, it could be, yeah. Because again, going back and forth between at least Legends EA, I didn't notice any difference in how the game looked. Minus obviously the graphical downgrade and frame rate difference, but color-wise it was the same. Might as well try the beam with Wing. I don't know how well this is going to work though. Again, the Switch 1 version of Prime 4. I guess you can technically say yes, because I'll get the Switch 2 physical copy, which is just going to be backwards compatible. I'm not going to get the Switch 1, like, physical or digital, there's no point. But I will be getting it physically in Switch 2.
3, 2, 1, go!
And that's the thing I've been appreciating the Switch 2 physical games being backwards compatible with the Switch 1 entirely. Yeah, this was a bad pick. Wow, I'm going super slow compared to everyone else. Be lucky I can get third? Oh, just barely. I think I took it by like half a second at most. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the game runs on Switch 1. I might do the same thing with that as I've been doing a lot of games that I've been wanting to at least sample on a stream. Like maybe just play it for like 2 or 4 hours tops on a stream and then play the rest on my own time. If I end up doing that, I'm definitely doing a comparison between Switch 1 and 2, because that was fun for CA. And it would be easier for Prime 4, because it's going to probably have cloud saving. I'm still bitter about that. Guys, figure it out. I want cloud saving on Pokemon. It's the one franchise that doesn't have it now. It's just so dumb. Hey, Ethan, how you doing? Doing good. That's good to hear. Doing all right myself. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I guess to go back to that Prime 4 thing for a second, I think that probably will be the last big game this year I'll be focusing on anyways. I mean, it comes out right in the beginning of December, so that makes sense for it to be the last big one. I'm just wondering now what is going to be in the future for the system next year, though, because you know about a few titles here and there, but I mean, like, new Switch 2 announcements. We haven't really... I'm going to be honest, man. I enjoy the system. It's been fun playing the games, but in terms of, like, true exclusives, things you can't get on any other system, kind of been a drier year for Switch 2 launch compared to Switch 1. So I'm hoping going into year 2, we'll have a lot more announcements because teams are now starting to shift their development to Switch 2. So we're going to start seeing probably more first-party games. I would say being announced for next year, because so far the next big one I know of, at least right now, that's Switch 2 exclusive, is that Yoshi game. And that's not coming until sometime in spring, I believe they said. Well, still a few months out.
3, 2, 1, start!
Yeah, Smash Bros. Patch would be nice. Although, it's funny you bring that up because I did hear, unfortunately, there's another bug with Smash right now. If you're trying to view some replays on the Switch 2, I believe, specifically, that there's some bugs with it. So, that is going to have another patch incoming at some point, but not like a Switch 2 edition kind of patch. Oh yeah, and yeah, Mario Tennis and Fire Emblem. Those are the only, like, those 3 games specific are the ones I know of that are coming out. That would be Switch 2 exclusive. I don't know when Fire Emblem was supposed to be. Again, I thought that was sometime spring. Excuse me, maybe spring or summer or something like that. But we know Mario Tennis is February next year. Man, I hope they do a demo for that. Because that demo was a really good thing they did for Tennis Aces. Because I remember enjoying it, but I thought it was a little too competitive styled. I play Mario Tennis for that more lax kind of gameplay mode, and unfortunately, Aces didn't really have that for me. It just seemed a little too ingrained with just being almost like a fighting game in some ways with its setup. Like, I skipped on it. And that demo was a good thing to have for that reason, because it told me, yeah, maybe don't. Oh, I defeated someone. Okay, I don't know how. Miles is cooking up something for next year. I'm excited to see what it is. Man, I keep on feeding people. Once even trying. I'm just trying to kill the wheel. And he's just gone. Okay, no one can kill the wheel. He just decides to leave. He does things on his own time, after all. Yeah, I did hear they delayed Elden Ring on Switch 2, but from what I'm understanding, it needed a delay. It sounds like the game's performance was pretty poor. People were demoing it at an event. I think it was PAX West at the time? Or PAX East? No, I think it was PAX East. Yeah, 'cause I think, was it West? It was one of the PAXes, because I don't know when they happened. But they demoed the game at a convention not too long ago, and I remember the demo had poor performance, and a bunch of people were reporting on it. So that sparked the game to get a delay. And that honestly is for the best. Because I'd rather have a game not run like crap at that point. So the delay, if it's going to fix performance, good decision. They need to use things like DLSS on the Switch too, probably, for a game like Elden Ring, because that's very demanding. I hear that on the Steam Deck, it runs okay, but you do have to turn down some settings to get the game to run at a decent frame rate. Because Elden Ring's kind of a demanding game, from what I understand. Not super demanding, but it's not going to work on lower-end hardware without some tweaks. And lower-end hardware literally means any of these portables, because no way that's going to be as powerful as desktop. Nice. Like, I just took out 2 people. No, it was just 1. Okay, I heard 2 knockout sounds, so I wasn't sure. I think I won. Yeah, because I had the most health. Give me all the things. I'll take all your stat buffs. Yeah, that's... I mean, I don't know how poorly optimized Elden Ring is on, like, the other consoles, like PS5 or Xbox Series. I know it doesn't run nearly as well on those systems as it does on PC. It feels like the game was mostly, like, optimized for PC specifically, but... FromSoft games usually are kind of unoptimized on console, from what I understand. Like, every Dark Souls game, from what I understand, has some frame rate issues. So that's nothing new for the franchise. But again, with something like Switch 2, they have more PC-like hardware in it that they can take leverage with. So use DLSS for upscaling. It would be more efficient than using the old FSR stuff that Switch 1 used. The old FSR technology Switch 1 used is super old, so I hope people stop using it, because that's not ideal anymore. I believe the Switch 1 used FSR 1. It was the first iteration of it, which means it's not as easy to get your games to run at a decent frame rate for that without sacrificing heavily on visuals. It's very blurry by the newer stuff, if I remember hearing correctly. Plus, I would like to see, like, this is a side tangent, but I'd like to see more games released on the Switch 2 that do, like, fully utilize the stuff that the system has. Because there's not many games that utilize DLSS yet. I think there's, like, 1 or 2 games that uses ray tracing. It's not many. Because imagine having, like, a game with ray tracing on the go. That'd be cool, because most of these gaming handhelds you can't say that with. Because they're just, their performance isn't there for it. I don't care for ray tracing myself, because I think turning that setting on just kills all your frame rate. So, realistically, I keep that stuff off, unless I already know I can run the game at a super high resolution without sacrificing on my performance. I'll just keep it off. It's not worth the visual flare just for a stuttering mess. Yeah, there is that. That's another game we know that's in the works too, Ethan. There is a new FromSoft Souls-like game. It's not going to be called Dark Souls, obviously, but it's going to be in that same franchise of games. It's essentially the Switch's version of Bloodborne. We don't know when that's coming. They are working on developing it, and that is supposed to be Switch 2 exclusive. So how do I break with this thing when it can't even turn? There we go. Beat him up. So how do I drop my power in GameCube? And it was the same button, why? I said every time I get Needle, he's running. on. I can't get a good aim on him. Dude, someone get the final hit. All right, let's go. I can't control with tank. Like, it's good for that defense, so I didn't die, but man, I couldn't move. Really hard to control it. Yet I somehow got the most points. I didn't think I got the most, but okay. I'll take it. I'm legit shocked that they made this game work 100% with this GameCube controller, like to a point where they even bothered changing out the prompts. I didn't know that Sakurai's team was going to take that much attention to using this adapter, because how many games legitimately use the GameCube adapter on the Switch systems? The answer is like 2 games. And then now you can count the NSO service for GameCube, so 3 technically? That one's kind of an extra caveat. But the Smash games have been the only real thing that's worked with the GameCube adapter officially. If you plug in the GameCube adapter on your Switch, traditionally it's just been essentially a Pro Controller, that's it. So for other games, it just used Pro Controller mapping, which has been a hot mess for most games. Because the A button and B button placements just don't work for most other games on the Switch. So you have to custom map it to work correctly, and they actually bothered with the Kirby Air Rider stuff. I just thought this would be recognized as a Pro Controller, and I would still have to remap stuff if I thought the button layout would be uncomfortable. But this is actually really good. Secret room. Ooh, look at all the goodies. Right next to where I dropped off my star, so I can get some of the things. I think this one's probably open. Okay. It's just a bunch of missiles. All right. Sure, I'll take one for the road. Man, I love when I go into a bonus room, and it's just nothing but nukes. Don't see any mushroom clouds. Yeah, because no one's playing Fallout 4 right now. Didn't you hear? It's a hot mess. Yuck, yuck. Dude, I really just hope they actually fix the stupid game for once instead of release another broken update. And then Fallout fans have to revert the game to an old update yet again. Because that's where we're at right now with that Fallout 4 anniversary. It's just so dumb. There was an ad that was actually going around for Game Pass specifically for that anniversary version of Fallout 4, and the fans, when I saw, replaced the text because it said, everybody likes that, because of the meme that has gone around for years about everyone liking this or that just being posted on social media, and they just use that Fallout picture. Someone edited the picture to say everyone hated this instead, and it's just the most accurate picture now because of that. It's a mood. I just hate how Bethesda keeps on breaking every new release that they make. It's like, what? Why are you bothering? You can still play the old version on new hardware and it runs better than... Why am I buying the new version? The only game you play with nukes is StarCraft. I guess, like, in that argument, I guess the only game I can really say I played with nukes was, like, maybe one of the Call of Duties in the past. I'm trying to remember if there's another one. Maybe, I mean, it's like a Cosmetica thing, because you never like, control nuke yourself. Conduit, I think, had some nukes as like a thing in the story. It's been so many years, I'm trying to remember on Conduit, though, because I've only really played that back in the early days of Wii. Speaking of the Call of Duty thing, can we talk about the latest one? Because, oh dear God. I don't think I've seen a game get this much hate in that franchise in a very long time. So, for those of you unaware, the latest Call of Duty just released, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, to a whopping Like, people actually hate this one. It's bad. The last time people hated on a Call of Duty this bad was Infinite Warfare. Now, I've been out the loop since Black Ops 2. That was the last one I really played, and that was like, what, 2012? So, I'm not really one to say too much on the franchise, but it sounds like this one has gone so far off the rails. The last game, from what I understand, Black Ops 6, was already going off the rails a little too much because they were starting to introduce, like, celebrity characters to be in the game instead of just, you know, being a war shooter, you know, like proper military stuff. So that was already a major red flag for people, and this was just DLC stuff. So now fast forward to Black Ops 7 releasing, and the campaign is a whole weird mess. From what I hear, like, the game's campaign has nothing to do with what the series is known for. Apparently, at one point, you flat out team up with a pair of zombies or something like that. So, Call of Duty Black Ops is known for the zombies horde mode, where you shoot and kill them. But instead, in this game, you team up with them. So that's an exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. So that's weird. And, like, at times, it's doing some weird, like, sci-fi stuff that makes no sense and is laughably bad at best. Not to mention, apparently, the game uses a lot of AI art. Activision is flat out admitting it. They're not even hiding it. They're just saying, we use it to make it easier for development, stuff like that. People are very upset with this game. It's reviewing terribly, and for once in many years, the latest Battlefield game, which came out, what, September, I believe? Or October, something like that. The latest Battlefield, Battlefield 6, has a bigger player base right now than the latest Call of Duty. At least from what I've seen on Steam. That's saying something. So, wow. I'm legit surprised to see one actually tank this bad compared to Battlefield, but I'm glad to see it, because Call of Duty being an annual thing, gonna bite them in the rear at some point. It's starting to catch up.
3, 2, 1, go!
So about raising the Game Pass pricing for Call of Duty yet again, I don't think that worked, because people are not a fan of this. Ah, crap. I'm not a fan of this game at all. It's not worth getting a subscription to Game Pass, from what I understand, just for Call of Duty this time. So, that's a bad look from Microsoft. And there we have so much egg on their face that you can't even see their eyeballs. This is, not what I wanted. But I somehow still got the 100. I don't even know how that's possible. If I win this, that'd be a miracle. Nobody expects that comeback. Let's go. So stupid. It might be a tie, but that's still a victory. I like how everyone in the chat so far is like, kind of forgot that there's a new Call of Duty now. That's a sentiment that most people I talk about with this stuff have about Call of Duty. Like, a lot of people I know nowadays that just stopped playing the franchise. And it's extremely understandable why, with the path they've taken. I don't know, man. I haven't cared about it for many years, but my biggest problem is just it kept on getting released multiple times to a point where it just felt too stale. That's why I just haven't kept up with it. The last one I really played was Black Ops 3, because I got it to play along with like a family member at that time, but it was only for like maybe 2 weeks I played it at most. I only played some of the zombies with him, and that was it. So, like, that's why the last time I can really say I put any time into the franchise was back in 2012 with Black Ops 2. I think that was the last, like, truly good game in the franchise. After that, it really started to go downhill fast. Because I like me a good shooter, it's just not that one. That's understandable, Ethan. Honestly, if you're going to play any of the games, I recommend some of the earlier ones, like with the original Modern Warfare or Modern Warfare 2. I don't know if the remaster is any good. I haven't heard really anything about that. I just heard people don't care for them as much. And then, like, the original Black Ops. That's about it. Black Ops 2's multiplayer is worth playing, but the campaign's okay. I think that multiplayer is still active to this day. Like, people still jump on the Black Ops 2 and play that online, at least for the 360 and PS3. So, I mean, it still has a player base for a reason. People like it. Kind of feels like the Mario Kart Wii or the Smash Melee of Call of Duty, because everyone keeps on going back to it.
3, 2, 1, start! Chariot.
How big my tires are. I really gotta zoom the camera out for this one. Yeah. Oh man, wait. If you're a Nintendo guy, Ethan, then you gotta tell me you played War at War on the DS, right? Like, come on, that's the best version. Call of Duty on the DS was definitely a trip back in the day. I never played them. I just know they're hilarious because they're terrible. All of them were terrible. They barely functioned.
Winged Star.
I joke, but I legitimately, the first one I played in the franchise was the Modern Warfare Redux version on Wii. And I thought that version of the game was great because of the control. I love playing shooter games with mouse, keyboard, gyro, or pointer control because it gives you a level of aiming you just don't get on a control stick. So, I legit think that the Wii version, at least back in the day, was the best version, at least for the campaign. Multiplayer, yeah, probably not, because you're not going to have as many people on it. But I liked how it controlled. It was really solid. Resident Evil Deadly Science, probably the best shooter on DS. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what really counts as a good shooter on that system, so it's probably not an easy bar to pass. I can believe you're probably on the Resident Evil, because usually the Resident Evil handheld games were pretty solid entries in the franchises. I mean, I'm just shocked, like, with the 3DS back in the day, we had a full-blown game on the 3DS, because Revelations was just essentially another... Really? But just another game like Resident Evil 5 and 6. It played like a console game. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I just want a star! I'm being bullied. I don't even have my hat. Just let me on! Just want a star, come on! Oh dear God, I just got this. Don't make me lose it immediately. I would like to have something for longer than 3 seconds. I still need to play Revelations myself, but I'm just gonna be 100% honest. I'm never playing that 3D port unless I really want to see how it played, because there's no point nowadays. It was ported to everything else, so I have it on Steam. It's a game I want to play in the franchise, so I'll end up probably just playing the Steam version at some point. Because I guess specifically, if I play the game either on the Switch or on the Steam Deck, I'm getting the better portable version anyways. That's fair from what I understand, Ethan. Like, from what I gather, the final boss in Revelations is pretty difficult, so I can see why maybe not everyone's beaten that one. So if you have that one over Amber, just hold that over her head until the end of time, I guess. It's the one flex. I think, doesn't that game have different difficulty modes now, at least like the HD version? I don't know about the original. I would assume so. Unless it's doing that scaling difficulty like Resident Evil 5 and 6 does. Because it is based off of those games.
Wheelie bike.
Play the Wii U port. I almost forgot that was on the Wii U. But also, that was like early Wii U days if it got a port to that. So after like the first year, third parties just gave up. Probably why I don't remember if that's the case. Which is still a shame when you look back at the Wii U library. It has a fantastic set of first-party titles, but then you struggle to tell anyone what was good to play on the Wii U if it was a third-party. Because after that first year, it was almost nothing. Legit, one of the best third-party games I always thought was Sonic Lost World, and that was first-party exclusive for Nintendo. Like, can't talk. They signed a deal with Sega to make 3 games in the Sonic franchise exclusive on their hardware, and Lost World is one of them. So it's a third-party game with a first-party exclusive license. Thank God it's on Steam, though, because just play the PC port instead if you're going to play it. I'm legit struggling. What other games I can think of that was really like a solid thing, third party on Wii U, and there wasn't many. That was the unfortunate problem. Most of them happened in year one, and even then, some of them were kind of watered down versions. Like I remember there was a port of Batman Arkham Asylum, Arkham City. It was Armored Edition, and it was an interesting version of the game because it ran like the 360 version, but it had a new gimmick with like the electric fist power, which they later built into a new power for the sequel, Arkham Origins. Because that was essentially a sequel to Arkham City in terms of the gameplay mechanics, because it was made by the same people, WB Montreal. There was... What else was like a good one? I mean, Mass Effect 3 was don't play on Wii U, because why would you? You're missing the other two games. So play those two first, and you can't do that on Wii U. And you can get Mass Effect 3 bundled with the other games on PS3 and 360. So like that version flopped. Yeah, Wonderful 101 is another big one that you can also say. It's in the same argument as Sonic Lost World, where it's a third-party game that was also commissioned from Nintendo at the time, I believe, because Nintendo was the ones that were willing to foot the bill in the publishing, which is why it was a Wii U exclusive back in the day. And they offered the same deal from what I remember hearing for the new version that came out on like the Switch and PlayStation 4 and such. They offered the same deal to make it a Switch exclusive, but Platinum turned it down. They wanted to just release the game on everything else themselves. And I don't know how well that worked for them in the end, because I heard that version didn't sell that well anyways. It sold okay, but it could have done maybe a little bit better if it was on just the Switch exclusively. Okay, guys, I had a feeling how long that took to go in. This event's having more comm errors than the first weekend. That's kind of disappointing. Oh, there was a Ninja Gaiden that was exclusive to Wii U? I didn't know that. I know Ninja Gaiden 3 was on Wii U, but that was just the 360 port, from what I understood. Because it ran basically the same and had no additional content? Mine is like one or two things. I didn't know they had like an actual exclusive game. Like I say, it's hard for me to struggle because most of the third parties within the first year, 2 years tops on Wii U, and then a lot of companies just pulled out because of how poor the system sold. I still think the one that burns us the most as a Nintendo fan was the Rayman Legends situation, where the game was literal days, I believe, out from being released, and then it got a 6-month-long delay because Zombie, or the Zombie U game, sold like crap on the Wii U, and Ubisoft didn't want to take a risk of Legends flopping, so they delayed the game a whole 6 months to port it to everything else. And then when it came out to everything else, shocker, the Wii U version sold the best when it came out. And it stagnated the sales of all versions. So that delay didn't really work. It sold well enough that they ported it again when the Switch came out, but then that's the last we ever saw of Rayman for like his own games. Now he's just been coming back on like the Rabbids stuff, which I would hope we just get a brand new Rayman at some point, instead of just having the Rabbids only be his only way of showing up now. That'd be terrible again. Like that happened like the mid-2000s for a while. Yeah, I guess you can say that, Kira. You can pull a Shovel Knight card only for a little bit, because the Wii U version was the only console version of Shovel Knight for a while. It was also Shantae had the same thing with Pirate's Curse. So you can say technically Shantae and Shovel Knight had that exclusive clause because they were on 3DS and Wii U. That was the only real stuff they had besides the PC version, so it's like a technicality at most. I don't know. I mean, I remember those games. Like, honestly, I still kind of prefer playing at least Shantae and the Pirate's Curse on the Wii U because I like that second screen for menuing. And it's the HD version of the game, so it looks cleaner on your TV compared to just like having the 3D port instead, since that's a little more crunchy. I don't like playing the game as much on 3DS, just a little more uncomfortable for that kind of game, control-wise to me. So for a while, I kind of just preferred the Wii U version for the short time I tried to learn how to speedrun a game. That was one of the games I was learning how to speedrun, and I preferred running that on Wii U because it was easier to do the menuing stuff on that for food glitches. Because you can just do that in real time instead of pausing all the time. Not gonna bother. All this stuff's gonna be gone by the time I get there. Yeah, there were some Virtual Console exclusives, which I'm sad to see that stuff never come back. Because TurboGrafx 16, yeah, that was exclusive on Wii U. Was it? No, I thought it was also on Wii, now thinking about it. I thought we got the VC listing. Because I know there's stuff that didn't come back from Wii and Wii U to the Switch. And there was some good stuff from TurboGrafx, like, until we got the PS4 version for the Castlevania stuff for Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. I believe that was the only way you can play it, was through the Virtual Console. Because Rondo of Blood, you wanted to play the TurboGrafx version because that Super Nintendo game was entirely different. Outside Dracula X is bad, it's just, it's not the same game as Rondo. It's only the same in terms of story, but levels are entirely different. Pantora's Tower for the Wii is still one of the very few games that hasn't left the Wii at this point, which would be nice to see. Especially because now that game's apparently pretty expensive, so it's hard to track down. Ow. Yeah, good call grabbing it on the Wii U eShop, since that was like the cheapest way to get it for a few years, and then, unfortunately now, not so much. Sega Master System? Yeah, trying to think, was Master System also on 3DS? I know Game Gear was, but yeah, Master System was also exclusive, I believe, to the Wii U? No, it was Wii, I had to think about that one for a minute. I don't know if it was on Wii U at all. I just know it was on Wii. And that hasn't come back. And those were how you got some of the versions of the 8-bit Sonic games that were considered the definitive versions, which you now can't play. Because every time Sega releases Sonic 1, 2, Triple Trouble, I think was another one. Like, there was a couple versions of the game that got Game Gear and Master System versions, and anytime you can play a Master System version of a Game Gear game, you play that one. Because it ran better. I think there was some exclusive stuff to Game Gear, but for the most part, you wanted to play the Master System because it was easier to play with a more zoomed out screen. And every time those games get re-released now from Sega, they're the Game Gear ports instead, which suck. Like, it's just good to have options, because you don't have any. Yeah, I have to look up too, because I can't remember which of the Game Gear games had ports. I can just look up a list. Some Master System games, and you literally just type Sonic, and you'll find them all. So, on Master System was Sonic Blast, Sonic Chaos, Sonic Spinball, Sonic 1, and Sonic 2. So, it was Chaos I was thinking of. That was the big one. Triple Trouble did not have a port on Master System. Oh, well, too bad man had to leave for now because I mentioned the word Sonic Blast and me foaming at the mouth. It's like, I gotta talk about how much that game sucks. Because that's the one I know he had a bad time with, which is understandable. Because Blast is kind of... Oh, I hoped I got it. Yeah, that's why I was wanting it. Me big, but me big target. Why am I getting hit by everyone? What did I do to all you? Oh yeah, killed you. Alright, my bad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Yeah, this game is very chaotic. I agree. That's what makes it just fun to jump into a city trial, because it's just a giant Mario Party game. That's kind of how I described it for a few years to people who haven't played Kirby Air Ride before. You never know what you're going to get for the stadium games, and it is just super chaotic like Mario Party. I'm just glad, like, after 20 years, we got this game again, essentially. We got a proper sequel to Kirby Air Ride, because back in the day, it was considered a hidden gem on the GameCube. Nowadays, I say it's more of a cult classic, because everybody now knows what Kirby Air Ride is and talks up this game like crazy. People still call this a hidden gem nowadays on the GameCube, and I'm just sitting here like, dude, if everyone calls this a hidden gem, it's not a hidden gem anymore. That's like if I said, have you ever heard of this obscure Nintendo game called Ocarina of Time? Because it's a hidden gem on the N64. Like, no, everyone's heard of it and has played of it at this point. It's not hidden. But either way, I'm glad to see this game got a proper sequel, because it's a legit great party game. I remember this was actually my first online purchase video game I ever got. Like 20 years ago, I got Kirby Air Ride as a gift, and someone bought it for me and shipped it to my house. I believe it was my mother I got it, I believe. It was shipped to our house, so that was the first time I ever got a game in the mail, and I was super excited for it, because that was before that was more of a commonplace thing. Like nowadays, every single one of my games I get in the mail, if I'm getting a physical copy. So nowadays, there's really no like flair to it, but back then, you were always walking into like a Walmart or GameStop or Best Buy or something to get a physical copy. So waiting for it in the mail just felt like I was waiting for Christmas to be arriving in my mailbox. It was a really, really cool feeling, which you can't really replicate nowadays because of the online nature for shopping. But back then, yeah, I remember just feeling something different, getting this in my mailbox, and then cracking open the envelope, seeing the physical copy in there, and then popping it into my GameCube. And I just remember that day playing nothing but Kirby Air Ride. It's a great time. It's an expensive hidden gem. You can say that about most of the GameCube library now, to be fair. Because unfortunately, with how the retro game collection scene has boomed, you can't really get a lot of the games that you would want anymore at a decent price, since everything now is just super expensive. And that does suck, because there's a lot of games that haven't gotten re-released that people want to get and play. It's just a little hard to do so. That's why it's like this has been the argument now for many years. If you can't really buy a game legally anymore, it's not on store shelves, you can't get it digitally, the company's not seeing any money if you get that game used. That's why a lot of people are making the argument for emulating it at that point, which it's not a great solution, but it's really the only one we have in a lot of modern games, because if you haven't played the original Kirby Air Ride, they haven't re-released it, so the only way to play it, at least by today's standards, I hope this changes in the future, is put it on NSO. The only way to play it nowadays, if you don't have a copy, is just source your own somewhere. And then you can play it on original hardware or Dolphin at that point. War Wings, don't mind if I do. That's a fair purchase. Honestly, that was a really good purchase you got for Tales of Symphonia on GameCube, since that's still considered the best version. Last GameCube game I got was one of the Beautiful Joe games. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was either 2 or the fighting game. I think it was the fighting game, Rumble. Someone stop this crazy thing! Can't control! Look at how crazy you get when you have the charge power on. Thank you. You know what's funny? I own like all the Beautiful Joe games, and I've only played like a handful levels of the first one. I made a mission just like get all the games because I was really interested in the franchise, but I never beat the first game, so I haven't played the rest yet. I played enough to make sure they worked, and that was it. But that was before retro game collecting was super expensive, so I wanted to get all the games when they were like 20 bucks. It was a really good idea to do at the time, but yeah, again, I need to actually sit down and play the games proper at some point. I wish you can play those games on more than just GameCube and PS2, because those are still just stuck on the retro systems at this point. And same argument as before, with how expensive game prices have gotten in the retro scene, and you can't legally buy them anymore. That's why a lot of people are just defaulting to emulating the games. Why'd I go backwards? That really screwed me, because I was like 4th at one point, and I could put the 8th. So I probably could have won that race. Maybe at least gotten the top 3. But I got screwed for some reason. Ooh, wow, $30 for Tails. Yeah, you definitely got it at the right time, because I can't even think of the last time I saw that game for anything less than like a full retail game in today's world. I would like to find something else that can actually fly. I'll take this. That's better than what I currently had, even though I don't want this. But I can use those wings now. I couldn't before. So many warps, though. Everything around me is a warp. There are bikes. Yeah, everything's a warp star. Why? There's Shadow. Might want that instead, because that does have a little bit better speed. I just don't know if I can get to it in time. Okay, well, now that I have this.
5, 4,
Got it.
3.
No. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Dude, the Gordo screwed me, and I didn't know where to put it. I'm back to the Weenie Hut Jr. now. I figured that would happen, but I was afraid of that. Ah, crap. Should've just kept the warp star. Well, Skydive might work for Weenie Hut Jr. Like, I know it's called the Combat Star, but back in the day, we called this Weenie Hut Jr. Because SpongeBob was very relevant still in 2004, but it also just sucks. One of the worst stars in the game, but it's kind of meant to be, because it is just the beginner star. I just hate how I lost my star last second because of my own Gordo. I didn't throw the thing down in front of me,
3, 2, 1.
but I didn't know where else to throw it last second. Okay, this is not that bad, though. Like, I'm doing pretty okay. I say as I missed all those targets, but we don't count that. Get these instead. 500s? Do I even try for those? No. 1,000. I can go for it. Yes! Got it! Take that, everybody. You might have lost to Weenie Hut Jr. Good luck. The fact that I got that score with the crap star? Yeah, that's a miracle. Okay, yeah, I didn't win because I couldn't get all the points on the way down. But that was dangerously close to the first. They would have all felt bad if I won with Weenie Hut Jr. over here. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Ethan. I did play some of Tales of Symphonia back in the day on my PS3, but I only played a few hours of it, and at that point I was just getting busy with college stuff, so I haven't really gone back since. I've been meaning to. Honestly, nowadays I probably would just play the PC port, because I hear that there's a mod to force it in 60 frames and make it play like GameCube. That's giving me like the GameCube version, so you can kind of get the best of both worlds. How the game originally ran with some of the fixes, but then the modern enhancements of the HD port. So I might check it out that way, because I think I have it on Steam. I'm gonna be honest, I've been playing a lot of my games portably as of late, just by watching TV and such. So I've been playing a lot of my Steam Deck and a lot of my Switch 2 in portable mode. So that's the thing I'd probably just load up on the Steam Deck at that point. I hear it plays good there, but it's just, you know, it's a GameCube / PS2 game. I hope it play fine on like a portable. I think you missed the cutscenes. Maybe, but I don't know, again, if there's another mod that people have made that can fix that. There might be. Because I think that there was a mod for Chrono Trigger on PC, because I think that version's based off of the Super Nintendo game, since it's the mobile game specifically, which is weird. But people, I think, modded in the PlayStation 1 cutscenes for Chrono Trigger for that, so I wouldn't be surprised that there'd be a similar mod for, like, Tails. I don't know if it does or not. Last I heard of the mod was when it came out myself here, so I don't know if it's been maintained since. I would hope either it has been and has been fixed, and if not, someone forked it and made a improved version of the 60 FPS mod. It wouldn't hurt to try for that reason, because I only have access to the HD version, whether it be PS3 or PC. So I would just try it to see. Because years ago, I did play LA Noire with a 60 FPS mod, and that was very busted, but the same mod now has gotten fixed, so you don't have to worry about the scripts breaking. So it's an actual, like, playable game now. In the past, you had to keep on turning on and off the mod to do anything. I need things like health. Big one. Oh, I killed someone. I thought I lost my machine. That's why I was worried. I could have stayed here and continued the fight, but I didn't know if I was on my machine or not. That happens so fast. Well, so much for that warp star. I'll take the tank for now. I just need something that's not going to instant explode, because I'm going to lose all my perks. I'll use this instead. More well balanced for now. Not seeing anything like that so far. Probably not going to see... they're probably still going to get a slightly less worse version. That I like the wording slightly less worse version, because mods fix things, but they can't fix everything. Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, understandable. I mean, worst case scenario on that, mods not existing for adding in cutscenes, it's not the end of the world, because you can always just YouTube the cutscenes at that point. They might be harder to mod back in the game because of how they're called up. So that would probably be more complicated. Speaking of mods, I kind of want to show you guys one. Like, in the middle of this. Maybe I'll do it in between rounds. But there was... It's a meme, essentially. It's just a meme post. I don't even know the context of it. But the mod's very impressive for just what it is. And that's why I want to show it. Because it's so left field. But apparently there have been advancements in the Sonic Adventure 2 modding scene that now allow them to actually mod in their own in-game cutscenes. Like, you can take the actual in-game models and manipulate them to do what you want. So you can actually build your own cutscenes in-game engine now, instead of just a video file, which is very impressive. And I kind of want to show it, even though it is a meme post, but it's just impressive for what it is. I don't get the meme, but it is kind of funny. So I might load it up after this, just because I think it is kind of worth showing. Because I think it's just impressive. Yeah, that's where I'm getting it from. Yeah, the Sonic Hacking Contest. Because I seen it from that. I just got reminded of it the other day. So you might know the mod in question then, Kira. Well, I don't know if you've seen it then, or I guess loaded it up. Because it's a super simple mod, there's nothing to play. So you're literally watching it if you're loading up the mod.
4, 3, 2, 1, time!
I can go grab it now while I'm waiting around here. I need to install it anyways.
Stadium.
Should still have SA2 mod loader. Well, that should just be the SA mod loader now, right? Because they combine them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so now I want to make a new entry. So create one. I'm just going to call it meme because I don't know what that means. And I have it ready to load up, so I'll do that after this. My food! I don't think I'm winning this one. It feels like everyone else is more tailored to this. And plus, I see nothing on the field, so everyone's grabbing the food instantly. Pizza. I need that. That's a lot. Saw a snippet of trailer overview for the contest. You might be thinking of the same one, yeah. Because I think it could have been shown for, like, promotion stuff, because it was one of the first mods, I think, submitted. At least what it looks like. I tried one of the other mods that were in this hacking contest this year. It was Water Temple for Sonic Unleashed. And I gotta say, interesting concept. Execution could work, well, maybe can use a little bit of work though. Because after you do the Dark Link fight, which that's a super cool fight, it turns into a Kaizo ROM hack essentially. Because there's a lot of very BS jumps just to get back to the main room. It's terrible. I can't recommend it because of that, which sucks. I hate when mods, or ROM hacks specifically, just they randomly do this, like, super difficult thing out of nowhere. It makes no sense to me, and it's, like, a very common thing I noticed. I feel like some people just need to, you know, tone down their difficulty. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna have a quick Sonic Adventure 2 intermission, I guess, because I want to just show this. Let me go right Xbox controller for this. Yeah, I've noticed that myself, Kira. Yeah, creators do have a hard time knowing what's difficult because of either playtesting with certain people or they playtest their own mod and they have their own sense of what's difficult and what's not. So it becomes very noticeable when it becomes a public thing, and yeah, it just doesn't really work for a lot of people. I gotta fix these resolutions. They're definitely not my screen. Because that was my major complaint I had for almost the whole playthrough for that ROM hack we did for Super Metroid a couple weeks back, Super Metroid X Fusion. The difficulty ceiling on that was just insanely stupid, and there was no reason for it. I gotta swap this back to capture any full game. I'm gonna prematurely turn this down before I boot the game because Sonic Adventure 2 is known to blast your eardrums. So I'm going to just turn that down a little bit and hope that's enough. We're not going to be on this long. It's literally like 2 minutes.
File select.
I need a new file for this because I think it's like the first cutscene.
File select. Story.
Alright, let me turn this up a little bit because that isn't as loud as it should be. I'm going to turn it to 2 more decibels. So, for context on this, I'll have the page open and I will read it off when we're done.
Select.
But, here's the mod. It's a meme post, but this is all done in engine. Although, I don't know what's going on with Sonic's clothes. That's not supposed to be the case. Hang on a second. Let me... I don't want to show it if it's going to be bugged. I have other things on. Let me just turn those off. It shouldn't actually affect anything, but... I don't trust the mods. So, this is specifically called... Stupid as this is, let me show it now. This is called Driving in My Car Right After a Beer, but it's an SA2 cutscene. This is based off of some weird meme of some kind. I've never heard of it. But it's that entire sequence in engine. The entire thing actually plays correctly in Sonic Adventure 2, which isn't something that's been possible in the past. This is just a recent thing people have been starting to figure out. And I just think it's impressive enough that that's why we're taking a quick 2-minute detour, so I can also have a quick moment to break. Yeah, it's a Delta Room meme specifically. I don't follow the memes, I've heard about it, but I've not seen this meme myself until this specific mod showcase thing. Yeah, okay, I don't know why Sonic looks like that. Maybe that was an update for this. I don't know. I'm gonna assume it was, because the page doesn't show him wearing anything. I don't understand the joke, because I don't really play Deltarune or Undertale. But that's it. That's the whole thing. And it's done in engine. It works great. I don't know how that worked specifically in the game, but there had to have been a lot of rigging going on with the character models to get that to work. So I give them credit for doing this, and that's going to open a world of possibilities for future mods of Sonic Adventure 2. But of course, it's a Deltarune meme to start the trend, so, you know, that just happens. You have a game to start a trend that makes literally no sense in terms of what it did. That's kind of just how mods start, I've noticed. Oh, I think I saw why. You need another mod on top of it. SA2 render fix is required for the mod to be displayed correctly. So that's why I didn't see Sonic just not dressed in a Chaos Emerald. So there were certain settings I needed to change, but that still worked. The only thing you're missing is just Sonic not looking like he's the Master Emerald. That's it. Which, honestly, I think adds a new level of charm to the cutscene that's kind of worth it. But, yeah. No, that's very impressive that that's just done in engine. So people think one NPC has never appeared yet. It's an important boss you see by the end of Chapter 3. So you think it's this specific person. Runs over them while drunk to explain why they're not there. Okay. I get the joke then. At least on context on that one, I get it now. But yeah, that's very impressive. Again, that's all done in engine specifically. So I'm looking forward to see what that means for like future Sonic Adventure 2 modding, because it opens up a floodgate. Mods just in general these past few years for games just feel like they've become more and more in-depth. We've been seeing a lot more unique stuff coming out of a ROM hack instead of just like custom level stuff. And mods have become a lot more in-depth too with their like new mechanics or like original design, stuff like that. So I'm just excited to see like fan projects going forward for a lot of different franchises or systems in general. Dude, I haven't even found a different star yet. You don't need to take me out. I got nothing. I just started this like you. I'm a bulk star, I guess. Hey, no. Sorry to drive away. It's like, I'm here. You don't need to catch up to me. I'm next to you.
Shadow Star.
But speaking of mods, one thing I'm actually looking forward to, and I was thinking of doing this recently, like maybe next couple weeks, but I'm waiting now until I hear of an update. I heard that for the Ocarina Majora's Mask randomizer, they are working on getting transformation masks to work in Ocarina of Time, specifically. I don't know when that's coming. I think there's talks that might happen soon-ish, like maybe by the next month or so. I was wanting to do a combo randomizer for December. So I'm waiting a little bit longer just to hear about that news, to see if that is going to happen or not this year. It's a mod, so you can't really expect a real timetable on it because this is all done by, you know, fans on their own time. Ooh, give me that all. Dude, that was mine. Come on, I had it in my hands. Even though this guy's gonna drop an all. That was a really good thing to find, and then just gone. Oh my god, dude. Everyone wants me dead today. Dude, I'm already dead. You can't steal from me. I'm a corpse. You can't be hitting me when I'm down. That's not fair.
Wheelie bike. Warp star.
Hey, I talked about that before too. Now I can focus again because I have a machine. Talked about it before, but one of the mods I might look at, I don't know, maybe this upcoming week, we'll see. But I want to go back to the Ultimate Trial because there's some new updates to that. I want to play that soon enough just to see what they did. One of the things they've apparently done with that mod is, or that ROM hack, excuse me, is that there's now a New Game Plus option, which that's pretty cool. So I might be interested to see just what that's about. Probably end up copying my save for that because I don't want to do a whole New Game Plus run right now. On my own time, maybe, because I think that's a really solid roguelike game. There's some other stuff, too, that also was added. I just can't remember everything off the top of my head. That could just be a fun thing to go back, because I think I still have the save file. I just have to look at my RetroArch files to make sure. I know another one of the streams I had planned. I'm probably end up going to do it for the Thanksgiving week, so it wouldn't be this week upcoming, but the one after. Since, honestly, that week we're only going to probably do one stream, and that'll be on that Tuesday, because it's Thanksgiving week here in North America. So, you know, with everyone here in the States either traveling on Wednesday or, you know, having Thanksgiving dinner with their families on a Thursday, I think it just makes the most sense to do one stream that week, gonna be on Tuesday. And I'm gonna want to just end up taking that time and play a bunch of demos, because I'm eyeing at least two specifically. Yooka-Laylee and Bubsy 4D. But I'm looking to see if I can fill out the time for any more demos, because I think the Yooka-Laylee one is like 30 minutes tops. I don't know about the Bubsy one. I'm interested because I've heard people actually said that demo is pretty good. So for once, are we actually going to have a Bubsy game that's going to be worth it to people instead of just a meme? We'll see. Someone's big wiener. Jeez. I'm not surprised on that one. People always have the meme names. Parentheses, no. Yeah, that's about right. I mean, I hope that this Bubsy game is actually good for once, because I think the franchise needs at least one good game in its entry that's not the first game. And even then, first game is aged like milk. I call not going for the 100s. They're both gone. Really? Yeah, I couldn't nosedive fast enough. I had to rush that, because look how everybody went for that 100. Every single person but like one tried for the one target. Everyone was like collective brain cell. And wow, I didn't know that actually someone hit it. Yeah, so no way we're catching up to a 200. That's a perfect score. When is Bubsy 4D even supposed to be coming out? Because I think it's supposed to be next year? I still think, at least graphically, that game kind of looks bad. But mechanically, people said it's actually been pretty fun to play. At least from the demo. Yeah, release date 2026. That's next year sometime. We don't have an actual date yet. I'm surprised they even gave us a demo for that reason. But no, like this is supposed to be like a different team too that's worked on like other platforms as well. I can't remember what the team was. I just closed the Steam page too. Pull it back up. I know Atari's the one that has the rights to it right now. So that helps things a bit. All right, I'm looking at their catalog. I got the team here that worked on it. The name is Farbraze. I'm reading that right. And they worked on a bunch of stuff I never heard of, but that tracks for a Bubsy dev. It's always someone that makes stuff you've never heard of in your life. But it's all like positively reviewed on Steam at the very least. I guess the thing, if anything, here I heard of, and maybe Planet Diver? Even then, no. No, you actually did a 4D thing on your own at one point, Ethan. You went to some Haunted Mansion ride at Casino Vegas. That tracks, yeah, because I think 4D stuff is pretty rare, like for a ride, if I'm not mistaken. Because it's just not that popular of an attraction. They're hard to maintain. I've never been on one myself. I know at least like for this game specifically, it's a play off of like this is supposed to be like a sequel to Bubsy 3D, so it's a play on like the 3D name, so we're doing 4D. But it's like, yeah, what the heck does that even really mean in today's world? From what I understand, it's supposed to be like the thing you interact with media. Which is, that's kind of the point of video games, so anything's 4D. I'm playing a 4D game right now. Felt like bugs and cobwebs touching you. Yeah, that definitely sounds immersive. I don't know if I'd want to feel that stuff, though. Felt enough of that just being in my own house. I have a spider in the room. I'm good. Gimme. Love seeing my name in there as a thing that I did. Like, yeah, I think I did that. That mission was mine.
Vampire Star.
Yeah, I gotta look at what our demos are out. I have like some that are on my Steam account. Maybe we can just look through and see what else is relevant. I know like if I do the Yuka one, like I'm probably gonna want to spend maybe an hour on it. That's what I'm trying to figure out what else to do. Because I've played a very small amount of Yuka Ukulele right now. I actually did play some of the demo because I needed to get certain shots for the Steam Deck and the Switch 2 stuff. So I played at least the intro of the game where you get your first pagey. So that's like, what, 5 minutes in? That's all I played. And from what I understand, the demo ends in Yuka Ukulele as soon as you enter the main lobby area in the factory. Like your actual main hub world. So it's not a long demo at all. I'm legit shocked how short it is because it's kind of a bare bones demo. It was really good at release because it told people how it ran on like a Steam Deck or low-end hardware. So it was a good thing it happened. I just wish it's not on PC only. Because as of right now, you can replay these demos only on PC, which is kind of weird. this is gonna be a problem. That's why at this point I probably should just fly, because I can't control myself on the ground that easily. Ironically, in the air, yeah, I can. Dude, as soon as I went for the ring.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Did I get the... No, I didn't. Well, at least I got the heart, but I was also wanting the top speed. Some IMAX ride back in 2004 closed, who would have been 10 years old around the time. That could explain why you maybe don't remember that ride too much yourself, Ethan. Because I know I've probably been on one at some point myself in a theme park, but I can't remember any of them, because it was probably when I was pretty young as well, like 7 to 10 years old tops, if anything. Because I used to, when we first moved to Florida, and that was when I was 7 years old, going on 8, I went to those theme parks almost every summer, up until I was like in my teenage years. So I experienced a lot of different things, like Universal Studio, Disney, SeaWorld. I experienced a lot of stuff, but I can't remember a lot of it because it's so long ago. I remember certain things, but not all of them. I know I went to the attraction in Universal when Nickelodeon was still sliming people, when I got slimed. And I remember that. It was pretty cool. I remember hugging my dad after the fact, and he was like, dude, why? You covered me in slime. My good shirt. That was funny. I'm doing terrible in this one. My stats aren't fully built for this. I have no defense. That explains a lot. May have a lot of health. What good does that do if you don't take a punch? Or an explosion. I mean, I'm shocked I'm at least in the second place standings because I'm doing terrible. This is a terrible thing to have for, yep, there we go. I was gonna say, that's a terrible weapon to have for being big. I can't utilize it. Alright, at least I got some points on the board. So I might be only second place, but I secured it. Yeah, wow. First place with 8 points? Not even close. I couldn't even come close to that if I tried my hardest. I just didn't have the stats. There's a huge pyramid hotel, you remember? And I wander around there quite a bit. That definitely would stick out. Such a weird shape for a hotel, too, but it's definitely an eye catcher, so you can see why some places would do it. That definitely sounds like a Vegas thing. I love how every single game, everyone does the exact same thing at first, and that's exactly how I expected this whole thing to go. The first thing you want to do is immediately ditch your compact star. Doesn't matter what else is around you, you just grab the first thing you see, because it's usually better than that piece of crap. Glad to see that mentality hasn't changed 20 years later. Hey, it's a Mii. Nobody plays as Miis because what's a Mii? Like, they're so buried in the system menu, I don't think people realize Miis came back on Switch 2, let alone Switch 1. Which I think is so dumb. Like, we want to use these things in games, and yet we bury them and then never make them available in, like, most games with character customization. Instead, we'll make a new character customization. Why? I think the only real games that have used Miis have been mainly legacy things over the years. We've gone through lists of games before on the Switch that use the Miis. And a lot of them were games that used them back in, like, the Wii and Wii U era. Like Mario Kart, Smash, Miitomo, stuff like that. Or Miitopia, excuse me. Miitomo was a mobile game. So, stuff like that, it's like, yeah, those are legacies at that point. It makes sense. I just hate to see how it's like not using Miis anymore in most stuff, because the Miis were one of the best parts of the Wii, and then they had a pretty good mainstay on 3DS and Wii U. A lot of games were using Miis, and then we get the Switch, like nothing used Miis. And nobody understands why. Like, why bring them back if we're not going to use them? To be fair, same kind of argument can be made for the Xbox 360 avatars. They were really cool things, and now they're really only used for, like, the system menu stuff on Xbox One and Series. So, like, there's no point in the avatars to even exist either. I know Sony had their own version of Miis for a bit with the PlayStation Home stuff, but PlayStation Home died super fast, and no one even remembers that was a thing. So, they tried. They get the star for participation. That's literally it. Yeah, and you see, like, these are the games that we're talking about. Like, there's the reason why they have the Miis. These are mostly legacy-style things. Like, the new Tomodachi Life is going to be the first brand new game to use Miis, I think, since Nintendo Switch Sports. That's insane to think about. Because Switch Sports was, what, 21? 2020 or 2021, one of the two, I can't remember. And that kind of barely used Miis. That's saying a lot. And look, the Mii won. Oh, I can feel that frame rate dip, though. I'm noticing it. Kind of choppy there. If anything, that's probably like the 40s. I didn't feel like it was a full-on 30 frame rate drop, but that felt like it was noticeable enough. I need to get something here. Health, another machine, something. There's a pancake. Do that. Health up. Definitely want that, too. Now, Switch Sports does count because you can use actual Miis in it. The character creator, I don't count because, yeah, those aren't even Miis, but they tried. But you can use your actual Miis in the game. It's just buried, from what I understand. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Miis are really, yeah, the last console avatar-styled custom character creator, but nothing really uses them anymore. Only really, like, first-party games from Nintendo will use Miis, and even then, that's extremely rare. So, I'm just surprised they're still available, but next actual Nintendo system, I won't be shocked if they drop Miis entirely. Like, not even, like, bring them back as a legacy thing. Like, they're just gone. Because they are so underutilized now. VR chat getting popular is to blame. They compete with it. Yeah, that could be the reason. It's hard to say. People just make their own avatar characters and they can do literally anything with VR chat. So, yeah, I can see why no one else would want to compete. But also, VR chat is mainly a PC thing only. So, it's hard to really compare the PC avatar creator to, like, all the console ones. Because they are completely different markets. I think it's more of a problem that the game developers just didn't want to make avatars anymore at that point. It was more of a problem of them keeping up with the avatar stuff themselves. Since they were very heavily used for almost 10 years and then just stopped out of the blue. So it just feels more like stagnation in the market. I mean, it's not a big deal as much because a lot of games, if they have a character creator, it's pretty in-depth and something more creative and more customizable than what you could have got with these creators on the console, which is another reason why they really fell out. That's, I would say, the main primary reason. If games have custom character stuff, they rather build it from the ground up so you have more options. Except Nintendo games, because you got things like Pokemon and Pikmin that have like 3 options and then you're done. so some, maybe not so much. I appreciate Legends CA have a lot more character customization thing, but your base character only has like a few presets still. So the Miis are still more in depth than some character creators in most modern Nintendo stuff. But they're the outlier here. Everyone else has a more in-depth custom character creator that has like 20 different menus per page. So it's, I think more of that is the reason why we don't see character creator stuff built in with the consoles, like with Mii's or Avatar or stuff like that. It's just the game devs have kind of done themselves. So we've moved on from it. It's just sad because they're very recognizable.
3, 2, 1, start!
Mike. Later. I'll come back for that later. He's just borrowing it.
Book star!
Yeah, if you haven't heard VR chat before, you're not really missing much. Because VR chat is mainly just kind of like this giant meme of a game when you really break it down. Because it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a game where you go in and chat with people. So it's nothing too special in terms of like what you actually do in it. But it is mainly seen as just this big joking because of the characters people use in it. It's always usually some kind of meme. I know that's where the what was it? Ugandi Knuckles came from, 2017. You know, the big fat Knuckles that just goes, "Do you know the way?" Like, that's super old meme. That spawned from VR chat. It's a cool place to hang out with friends when I hear, but that's pretty much all it is, just a hangout tool. There's not much of a game, per se. In the same way as the game that's on the Switch too, we just chill around the fireplace and talk. That's a game. They got dev kits before a lot of other devs, by the way. It's like, what? I'm not knocking a dev for getting a dev kit. Like, it's good they get something. I just laughed at, oh yeah, that's what we're gonna give some third parties some privileges for. But you have some other people that have been wanting dev kits for like these big titles. Nah, man. Nah, that ain't happening. Chill the fireplace. Dude, I'm like almost half tempted to get that as a way to film the Switch 2 review, which I'm wanting to get that out by December. That's my actual like, goal, I will just say. But I'm not putting a real timetable on it because that would make it more stressful. But I'm almost half tempted to get it for the bit, just for that review, but I don't think it's perfect just for a bit. That's why I'm probably just gonna say I will and then probably not. Because it's stupid. I don't know why it exists. It's an interesting showcase, I guess, of the Switch 2 camera stuff, but it also is like a nothing burger of an app. That guy destroyed like all 3 tacks. Now, the hardest part I have, which I want to give some of this behind the scenes, because I did say earlier, starting this upcoming week, we are going to have a new video series start on the YouTube channel, new playthrough starting. But while that playthrough is going up, I am wanting to work on these review videos. They've taken a long time because I wasn't expecting to work on so many all at once. This is the most I've ever had to like work on back to back to back to back. 4 console reviews, essentially, all at once. It's a lot. And my thoughts keep on changing, so I just have to keep on re-recording things, and I'm putting it off for that reason. I just want to wait until I can get all my thoughts properly finalized without having a whiplash moment because of the market. So I've been holding off on those, but I want to get them done before the end of the year because I've been promising them for a while, and they are just super hard to work on. I am not looking forward to the editing session for all these. but they will be worth it in the end. I will say that much. The hardest shot I still need is just, I need to hijack someone's Switch 2 to record an actual part of the talking head. And I just haven't gotten around to it yet because scheduling issues. But that's it.
Winged star.
Weak. I have 9 wings, so that's probably a good thing. Well, now 10. I need a turn, though. I don't want to fall and lose them all. Can't see. Someone was up here, so there's nothing on the island. I did it. Now I get the wing.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, of course, now you spawn the magnet. Right as soon as I'm done with the round. Thanks. Yeah, Battle Chariot in this is pretty good. It is situational for which stadium game you should play, because it's not good for flying at all. But it's good for racing in battles. I like it. Can agree. Oh, speaking of some of the stuff I need to film for the Switch thing, I want to mention one thing, because I actually need to redo one of my shots now. Thankfully, it's like a 30-second shot, so it's not hard to redo, but... This last update on the Switch 2 actually changed how the HDR calibration menu worked a little bit, for the better. I think I'll show it after this game, because I probably want to swap back to the original Pro Controller now, not the GameCube one. It's gonna look like crap for me, so I'm not gonna actually use HDR because my monitor doesn't support it. So I get this, it's gonna be super weird tone map, like gray and white thing on my display, so I can't really play with it. Pro tip though, if you're doing any kind of game capturing stuff, turn off HDR because it is a mess to work with. Unless you can capture HDR directly and then put out your video in HDR, there's no reason. It's too complicated, and it has no benefit because nobody watches in HDR. Like maybe 5% on YouTube, if that. Super small. But this is the HDR menu here now. I go to it. I'm gonna turn on all software, so it just takes me to the actual menu. So now there's an option down here in the corner. Oh, you can't use zoom in this. Okay, well that's fine. You can thank me read it. There's an option down here now in the corner with the Y button, show value. It shows you your peak brightness. This is actually really, really helpful because if you know the peak brightness of the display you're trying to calibrate HDR with, now you have an exact value to use. It's a preset, essentially, for you. You write this number down, and then you can use the exact same value now every single time you want to set HDR. This is really nice because, like, this is peak brightness of the Switch 2 in handheld. The actual brightness of the screen, peak brightness caps at 500 nits. So this is really helpful. The Xbox One and Xbox Series systems have this setting as well. The only one now that's missing it is the PlayStation 5. Work on it, Sony. Come on. Because this would be nice. This menu isn't really any different. They, I think, make it more apparent now that you can do the brightness on this specific page. It's not like a weird cheat code like it used to be. But yeah, this is just a better HDR menu now. But we're not playing in HDR because things look really messed up on my capture for that, so I'm turning it off. I just want to show that for people who actually play with HDR on. I do for some games, but most of the time I keep it off. Because for me, again, it's kind of a nightmare since I capture my game console through a capture card. And HDR with capture cards is just a hot mess. Especially if it's one that doesn't even support it. I figured I'd mention that, because I think that's one of the reasons why this latest update, like, broke a lot of third-party Switch docks. Because they changed some of the coding for how it outputs, I guess, for video out. Seeing the new HDR menu, it's kind of hinting to that.
Winged star.
I'm hearing a lot of third-party docks have been getting some firmware updates to fix this, but it seems like you gotta be careful what third-party dock you buy, because some of them will get firmware updates to fix things with the latest patch from Switch, and then others aren't getting a firmware update to fix things. This is why a lot of people are just saying, screw it, I'll just go buy the official one from Nintendo, but it's so expensive, and it's only through their store, that it's really not worth getting unless you need a second dock. That's why a lot of people are getting the third-party options. But, again, this latest update kind of screwed a lot of them up. Nintendo flat out said that wasn't their intention with this update. That's not something they were actively doing, but a lot of people are sussing that comment out because it doesn't sound right. It's only just because then why aren't you selling these things in the store? And then also, you know, doing a lot of other anti-consumer things these past few years. So people are just kind of concerned, which is fair. I just don't like how expensive the Switch docks are, period. Switch 1 and Switch 2. They're too expensive for what they are. They are just a simple HDMI conversion box, which just takes the technical stuff here. So I'll break it down as best I can. It takes the DisplayPort alt mode that the Switch 2 and Switch 1 both do the same. Output from the USB-C port and converts it to an HDMI signal the TV can use. So essentially, it's just taking the signal and translating it to something you know how to plug in. That's it. But every other third-party dock does the same thing. It's just this Switch 2 one uses some weird proprietary handshake code. It's just a mess. Because the Switch 1 didn't do that. It's the same as just using any other HDMI plug. You have some USB to HDMI, plug into your Switch, it'll probably work. Just don't use any random third-party cables with the power, because that might be a problem. But HDMI is not. Yeah, most part is unnecessary. The most I've done with HDR has actually just been this past year. Because I played through all of the Unleashed Recompile when that first came out on the PC. I played through all Sonic Unleashed with HDR on. I played Astrobot with it on. Donkey Kong Bonanza, I had it on and off. I kind of flip-flopped with it. Same for Mario Kart World, I flipped-flop with that too. Because I was very unimpressed with HDR when the Switch 2 first came out, because I didn't know about those hidden options. At the time, they're hidden. So I didn't adjust the brightness correctly for the HDR output, and it was just too bright. It made clouds and the sky look like one color. It was overblown. So I honestly hated the HDR output at first and just turned it off right away. But once I found the right values to tweak and actually fix my brightness, it was fine. And HDR is fine, but again, it's just kind of a finicky mess. For gaming specifically, like watching content with HDR, whether it be a video, movie, show, whatever, it's not really a problem. Like video content feels like they figured out HDR a long time ago, but the gaming scene is still struggling to figure out what to do. That's why it's mostly recommended just to turn HDR off on a game system, unless you know how exactly to tweak it. I know I have a preset made for my Xbox Series now because of those peak nit brightness numbers, and now I'll probably end up doing the same thing with the Switch too. Again, the only system that doesn't have that now is the PlayStation 5, strangely enough. Their HDR is just, tweak this image, tweak that image, done. It's pretty simplistic. Just like how the Switch 2 one is, for the most part. In terms of the handheld, though, I'm going to be honest. I can't notice a difference between HDR on or off on the Switch 2's actual screen. I leave it off for battery because I don't see a difference at all. It's extremely subtle because, from what I understand, the Switch 2's panel is not that good for HDR at all. Its peak brightness isn't high enough to really make the most use out of HDR, so when you look at it side by side, you can't tell a difference in a lot of cases. So you're better off just having it off. Unless you really want that extra color pop. Because I noticed some colors are a little more vibrant, but that's about it.
5, 4,
So again, just for battery, I just keep it off.
1. Time.
Yeah, I don't think this machine is going to be all that useful because I didn't really get to do much in terms of stat upgrades. Got a weak round for me. Some of these are now I'm starting to get on autopilot, so I might be calling it soon enough. Probably by around 11 o'clock. So, another 20 minutes, I would say, of this. I've been enjoying my time, but like a lot of other multiplayer games like this, you only can play for so long before you start feeling fatigued. Plus, it's been a long week. I've had a lot of stuff I had to deal with this week in general for some job stuff, and still working back and forth for the company on some warranty crap. And then also, the streams this week were a trip.
3, 2, 1, go! Freeze! Cutter!
Dude, I don't even have enough wing power to fly up. Wow, yeah, that's not a surprise. Yeah, get out of here. I don't know how everyone else is doing right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mine.
Time!
Wait, did I not get that? Oh, come on. I thought I ran over it right at the buzzer. Someone else sniped it. I don't know. No, that wouldn't have been enough for first anyway, so it doesn't matter. I tied for second. Not gonna lie, after this, I'm probably gonna look forward to playing some more. Either it be Pokemon or Batman Arkham Origins, because I've been working my way through that. I'm almost done with the game at this point, I think. Based on where I'm at story-wise, I think I'm at the last, like, 40%. So I've pretty much been doing all the side stuff, so it's hard to really say. But, yeah, we're going back and forth between two different games. One if I want more, like, focus time, story stuff, and now with me starting ZA the other day. That's just been, like, my chill thing if I want to play something for, like, 20, 30 minutes. Because honestly, for me, Pokemon's been, for the past few years, an easy pick up and put down title. It's not something I'll sink, like, a bunch of hours into all at once. Unless I'm really starting to get into it, which is normally near the end of the game, because it's story stuff. Because for context, I did play some more after that stream on Thursday, and now I actually got Mega Evolutions. So I ranked up another time, which got me to another story beat. So I feel like at this point I'm at like the real meat of the game, which is kind of sad I couldn't go until I got another rank up to end that stream, because then we would have saw all the Megas. Because Mega Evolution is very different in that game compared to the, you know, other turn-based RPGs, but that makes sense because of it being now not a turn-based. Yeah, I mean, I hear some people complain about the Switch 2's screen, but honestly, to me, I like it. I think it has some nice, vivid color. It's pretty bright, easy to see outside. In some ways, I find it easier to see outside when I'm playing a game on it than I do with my Steam Deck, because on the Switch 2 screen, I can see it with sunglasses, but I can't really see my Steam Deck with the sunglasses on. It kind of tints up the screen too much where it just becomes impossible to see it. So it's like a solid screen, at least to me. Like, yeah, it's not OLED, but not everything needs an OLED, and that would have drove the cost up too much. People already think the base $450 price is too much, so imagine what it would have been with an OLED screen. The only thing I don't like about the Switch 2 screen, though, is just how easy it is to scratch, which is why I tell everyone, just invest a couple bucks into a glass screen protector. It doesn't matter which one you get, but get a screen protector, because the thing can scratch with a fingernail. And you know what the Switch 2 dock is made of? Plastic. You know what the Switch 2 screen's coating is? Plastic. And you know what scratches plastic? More plastic. So that's why it doesn't really work out to not have that thing on screen protector. Just please get one if you haven't already. It is 100% worth it. Yeah, I would think probably around $550, $600 tops, but at least $100 more makes sense. It's hard to say how much it would be now because of how these prices keep on changing for literally everything. Like one day it would be $550 and the next is $600.
Vampire Star.
I don't know. I mean, I'm content with my handhelds at this point. I'm very happy with just all the different handhelds because I'd still been going back once in a while to play some stuff on my Switch 1 just because I do have the Switch OLED, so I get better battery life and it is technically a nicer screen. So if it's a game that doesn't really have any better improvement for its optimization on Switch 2, I'll just play it on Switch 1 if I feel like it, which is usually lighter games like, say, Sonic Mania or Ukulele, stuff like that, like indie games. Although right now I'm kind of in an impasse because the next indie game I really want to play is actually Silksong, since I really enjoyed my time at Hollow Knight years ago and I want to play Silk. I am almost debating to try that as a first impression stream, but I have a very strong feeling that might go sideways fast, so I'm holding off. But I'm actually wondering if I should play the Switch 2 or the Steam Deck one, because man, they both have pluses and negatives. Because at least on both, I can play at a higher frame rate. That's the thing. I like how that game is 120 FPS if you're on Switch 2. One of the few games right now that runs at that higher frame rate, and it looks really nice. There's that and that Mina the Hollower game, but that's delayed, so we're not getting the full product, but the demo's at 120 FPS. But I'm debating which system to play it on, which is actually a good problem to have, I guess. Might just end up playing on Switch 2, just because then I can have the higher frame rate on the go as well. And that game would benefit from the higher frame rate. That is the one nice thing I will say for that handheld screen. I just wish more games utilized 120 FPS on console. Like, think of a PC game, and it probably has support for high frame rate, but think of a console game, and it's rare, because that's only been a thing these past few years for consoles. It was at the very tail end of the PS4, Xbox One, where HDMI standard caught up to the high frame rate stuff, because you can do high frame rate starting, I think, HDMI 2.0 for these consoles, which is what the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X supported. But no games were using that stuff until the PS5 or Xbox Series. So, yeah, the console games don't really have high frame rate options. Like I say, I want to see more games utilized on Switch too, but then again, I would like to say the same for the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. Speaking of, Sony put out a thing the other day. I don't know if it was an ad campaign push or if it's just like from an interview. But they are claiming at this point the PlayStation 5 is only at the middle stage of its life, essentially. Like, we're only at the middle point of this journey. And it's like, okay, what does that mean? You want to be more specific, or we're just going to make the assumption what that means? Because I think we just know what that means. We should still have another 4 years. Which I'm fine with that, because these consoles still feel like they're not fully baked yet, and it's been 5 years. So I'm fine with waiting for a while on a new one, because I want something that actually has games. That'd be great. Video games are important after all. That's how you sell a console. Give me that. I need literally anything, though. I have, like, nothing, and I keep on getting slaughtered. 2030 is PS6. You know, even though that's very far out, yeah, I'll be fine with that. Because I don't care, really. Games are not coming out on the consoles currently, and I want to see more exclusives that are worth it. Because, you know, we didn't have a chance to really talk about this during the Pokemon thing, but I got this, you know, it's high time we do now. I mean, there's not much else going on besides a bunch of chaos. But we have to talk about the Steam news at some point, am I right? We're not getting a new Steam Deck anytime soon. Valve flat out did say at one point it may not be up until like 2028 to expect a new Steam Deck model that actually has like proper upgrades to it, not just like a better screen or something. So I'm fine with that because the Steam Deck itself is still a pretty powerful system for what it is. We just need games to get better optimized, but this is besides the point. That's not the real news we're talking about here. Because the big news this week was Valve unveiled 3 different things of hardware. The middle one is the one people are really talking about, but let's start with the obvious question here, right? And let me go grab the unit because it's more topical if I can make the joke with the thing in hand. Have you ever wondered what happens if you take a Steam Deck model, break the screen part off, and then fuse the controller together to make one unit? Well, that finally happened. I'm excited for this one personally, because using that Steam control setup on the Steam Deck has been very nice for a lot of different games while controlling things in the desktop environment. It's been very helpful for mouse and keyboard stuff. So, our first announcement was getting a new controller. We haven't had a new Steam controller in about 10 or so years, and the last one was kind of a hot mess. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That thing was interesting, but look up pictures of the original Steam controller, and you'll see why it didn't really work for most people. It didn't have a D-pad, it used a trackpad for the D-pad, and apparently getting the thing to work in a lot of games was pretty cumbersome, but it was the closest middle ground we had to a controller with mouse support. So it was unique, it just didn't really control well, so it didn't sell that great. So for them to now make a new Steam controller based off the Steam Deck's actual control layout was the smart move, because that control layout works. You have all the proper buttons, and you have mouse pads with the left and right trackpad design. You have shoulder buttons on the back, it has gyro control, which apparently is supposed to be better gyro control, because it activates now by holding triggers too. So it's just an improved version of the Steam Deck's actual control scheme. It's great. Even supports charging from what I've seen with a adapter that is included, which is amazing to see stuff included in the box because that's rare nowadays. So it can wirelessly charge because of the adapter it comes with, which is also how you connect it to your computer. Now it's the first announcement. Already off to a good start. I'm going to skip announcement number 2 because we're going to circle back to that. It'll be relevant to us talking about waiting on consoles for a while. Because the other thing was they announced a new VR headset. I'm not really into VR. I know a lot of people really aren't. So this one, I thought was great to see. It seems like a proper sequel to the Valve Index, which was considered the best VR headset, but it was a premium unit. This is more in line for what people think to the Meta Quest 3, which is more budget-oriented, but also still a really powerful VR headset that can do a lot. So, good to see another option out there for people who enjoy VR. It's just not my thing. The big one to talk about is the last thing I haven't mentioned. The Steam Machine, the Steam box itself. That is something that was rumored for a few years, especially after how well the Steam Deck was starting to sell when it first came out, but we haven't had a new Steam Machine, again, since 2015 or so, so like 10 years. The last Steam Machines were released in a weird state because Valve was making their own in-house at one point, but then end up scrapping that plan and partnering with system integrators like, say, Alienware or Dell to make Steam machines instead. And they released with hardware that was like a generation behind, so it was already like 3 years outdated when it came out. So it didn't sell well, and they were a little overpriced. So they're trying it again, but this time using hardware that's more in line with a Steam Deck. In fact, they quote it to be 6 times more powerful than the Steam Deck, targeting 4K gaming on your living room TV. It's essentially a game console that will have access to a PC library. That's what it is. And it's a computer, so you can still use it with computer things. I'm excited for it. It looks very versatile, modular, so it's going to be very easy to fix and upgrade. I'm curious about its price. All these things are really good announcements. The big thing that'll hold it back to me is always price, but the specs on the system they already announced looks like it's on par with a PlayStation 5 specifically. Not the Pro, not an Xbox Series X, the base PlayStation 5. It seems very close to that. 6-core processor, so it's a little bit weaker, but it play a lot of the same games, and I think a better GPU. So again, we'll just have to see what it is pricing-wise, but that will be a better option for most people for a console than the current consoles. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that's going to be like, because anytime they make new hardware, it's kind of dicey. Sometimes Steam hardware is good, sometimes it's bad. It really depends, but with the Steam Deck stuff, Valve's been knocking it out of the park since. So that's why that announcement, what was it, Wednesday? Or Thursday, I can't remember when. It was taken over the internet. Yeah, because no, it was the same day of the Galaxy movie direct, like the Mario Galaxy movie. I heard almost nobody talk about the movie stuff, and everyone was talking about the Steam stuff. That's how big of a deal this was. It overshadowed Mario. That's saying a lot. So I think people are looking forward to this one. I'm just saying. I think people will want a Steam box. Yeah, that's why I'm not into VR myself, even. I've seen a lot of it played, and just watching it gives me motion sickness, so I don't know how I would feel about actually playing it. Plus, I wear glasses, and glasses and VR don't mix. It's either you need to get good spacers to put on the goggles to like space out the glasses correctly so it doesn't get squished in on your head, or you need to invest into prescription lenses on the VR headset itself, which is a whole other mess to deal with. So that's why for me it's not my cup of tea. I don't think it ever will be. There are certain VR games I want to play, but I just have to wait until they have either non-VR versions available or some kind of a mod that disables the VR altogether. One of the two. Yeah, don't need another console. Yeah, to be fair, you just got your current laptop you have now, I think, what was it, last year? So it's going to be on par what you have spec-wise. You don't need anything else. I'm in the same boat. My computer still plays games perfectly fine for what I need. It's more powerful than what that Steam machine is. So I might get it if it was like a decent price, but it probably wouldn't be at launch. It'd probably be down the road if I even think about it myself. That's just... Again, I'm excited for it to come out because it's proper competition in space. We need more of that because the console competition right now is starting to get stagnant with Sony and Microsoft has shot themselves so much in the foot. And it's really now just Sony that's the console you go for if you want high performance. And then Nintendo's in their own whole league. Like, you get Nintendo for Nintendo stuff. That's it. So they have a place in the market forever, it feels like. So I would say this Steam machine is more as an argument for people wanting a PlayStation 5. You had to get one of those two systems, and I don't see people want a PlayStation 5 if the Steam machine is priced accordingly. If it's around the same price as a base PlayStation 5, more people are going to probably want to get the Steam machine now, because it's going to play more games, new and old. So, again, it's just going to come down to pricing, I think, for people. Okay, you got it back in January. It was around $1,200 because it was on a huge sale from Lenovo. I mean, that's good you got it for that kind of a price, because I think I remember the specs you shared of it. It definitely costs more than what you actually got it for, so it's a good value. Most definitely. Laptops in general are just really expensive, just because of their form factor. That's the one thing I don't like about a laptop for gaming.
3, 2, 1, start!
I just wish they were more affordable for some people, but you're really paying for that portability of the machine itself. That and the jet turbines that come with, because they're all very loud. I've noticed that's been worse over the years, not better. Funny, if I put a huge load on my laptop and hear those fans ramp up, it's quieter than my Steam Deck. And I think the Steam Deck would need it more, because it's one fan with one heat pipe cooling a CPU and a GPU. It's a combo thing. But no, it seems like that runs cooler. But honestly, I gotta say, I want to see the price of this Steam machine, because right now the PC market is horrendous on pricing. So if they have a machine that's actually comparable to, you know, a console's price, I'd be recommending people buy the Steam machine for literally anything, whether it be gaming or just playing back like any video stuff for like work, or if you need to have any kind of machine for web browsing. Like, it won't matter. It's gonna be basically like the best price to performance of every single market, which is gonna really put a lot of companies to shame, because right now we're in a RAM shortage because a lot of companies are buying up a lot of CPU RAM, or CPU RAM, specifically the RAM modules, because of AI. AI has now needed more memory on computers, from what I gather, so getting RAM on a computer is super expensive. Like, each module price seems like it went up $100. It's disgusting. So this is why I want more competitive options out there for PC stuff too, because I'm tired of paying too much for one company. Like competition to bring down prices. That's fair. Yeah, you have no room for computers, so it have to be a laptop, which that's how I know a lot of people are. Unfortunately, you are paying that extra premium because of the form factor, but if you don't need too much power, it's not like you need to get a high-end computer. Because if you're getting a high-end laptop, I'm going to just say you're just wasting your money at that point. If you're buying a laptop with a 5090 in it, you're wasting your money. Buy an actual desktop computer with a 5090, because you're losing performance on it, and it's more expensive, so it just makes no sense. If you have the room for it, you go with the tower option. But some people don't need all that power, so they can get away with a laptop, and if they don't have the setup for the main computer, the laptop makes more sense. I agree with that one. I mean, I've been using a laptop a little bit more, again, as of late with a lot of things, because I'm just trying to do, like, basic web browsing and such, and I just use laptop for that. Doesn't matter what the machine is. Then you can use it wherever. And it's comfy. Yeah, that's pretty much where I would say that's the limit on what you would do with a laptop. You get a mid-range machine at most. Because again, if you're going high-end, like you want 5080 or 5090 performances, so you want the top-end cards, you don't get it on a laptop because it's too expensive and they have so many shortcomings. Laptops are more meant for mid-range at the highest level for computer specs. If you want to get the best price to performance, but also something that will be, you know, able to be used for a few years and not just like be e-waste in one. Because my laptop is not like the most powerful thing, but I can see it lasting probably for like 5-6 years at the very least for most of the stuff I'm wanting to do with it, if not more. You wouldn't mind 57 Ti very well. Yeah, that's fair. Dude, why? I just got the star. Go away. Dude, seriously? Come on. I need the other one now. Give me this warp star. Okay, that's not that much better. In fact, I'm almost dead still. Oh, come on. Why am I being targeted? I just want to drive. Get me away from literally everyone at this point. I need anything for health. I just don't want to get near any single driver at this point because they're going to see my machine smoking and then decide that's an easy target. Because apparently I was an easy target for the last, like, minute. Oh, come on! I knew it! I knew it, but I had to refill my charge on the flight. Ah, it's so dumb. I don't know why I was targeted. But I got to keep my star, so I got lucky, I guess. I was hit the moment time was up, so it didn't count. Like, I think it counted for me losing my stats, but not to lose the machine. That was lucky. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you on not knowing that one, Ethan. If you don't follow the PC scene, you don't know about the hardware stuff. I just heard about it recently, and I follow the scene. I didn't know why RAM all of a sudden just skyrocketed. But I'm not in the market for a new PC for a while, so that's probably also why I didn't know about the pricing. Like, honestly, this computer I'm using now, I can probably still use for the next, like, 3 to 4 years at the least, I would feel. Because it still plays pretty much every game I want to play. The big thing I need to do is a platform upgrade. I think the GPU can last even longer, but the CPU and GPU, the CPU and the RAM stuff I need to change out at some point, which is going to be the harder part. It will cost more money, but also just be hard to source. Oh, crap. It's got in my way right at the last second. I think I'm going to do one more, and then I'm probably going to call it, because I'm starting to get a little tired. And I've been playing this now for 4 hours. And with no breaks, too, mind you. I mean, enjoying my time, that's why I haven't taken a break. Oh, that's a lot of RAM. Yeah, you have more RAM in your laptop than I do, Ethan. 32 gigs is good. 16 to 32 is definitely the sweet spot I recommend most people. Depending on the hardware is where I would draw the line for which one you need, but 32 is now, I feel like, the more comfortable spot to be in, because a lot of things starting to require more RAM. So that's really good you got that. Especially for the laptop, they're kind of hit or miss if you can upgrade RAM or not, because some solder to the board, which is very bad, in my opinion. I don't like when they do that crap. Mine has 16 gigs, but I can easily get some more and pop it in if I wanted more RAM, but it's depending on the situation. I might do that in the future, I don't know. But my laptop does have an integrated graphics card and a discrete one. So when it's on the iGPU, it uses a lot more RAM, because it needs to take some of that for the integrated memory as well, so that doesn't help it. Because it's usually hovering around 8 gigs used on average just sitting in Windows. But I do think some of it might be the software running in the background too, which is kind of annoying. But it's been enough for what I need it for, so it hasn't mattered. And it's DDR5, so I can actually source it. You can't get the old stuff as much anymore. DDR4, that's starting to go the way of the dodo. Yeah, he has the same. Dude, having a laptop that has integrated graphics is pretty much a must-have, I would feel, if you're getting a gaming laptop, because my old one, before I got the one I'm currently using now, it had just discrete. It was a GTX 1060. That's the only way you can output video. It's using that card. That's a battery hog. Like, when I got it new, just doing basic web browsing, maybe 2 hours best on that battery. It was really bad. But if you do anything more demanding, like realistically, that thing only had maybe around an hour to an hour and a half on battery. That was really bad. So most of that thing's life was next to an outlet. But now, I can't really say that with having an integrated memory instead, like the integrated card. Because when you're not gaming or doing any high-end work, then you're using the integrated instead, which is a less power draw, so you get more battery. And that's just better, because now on average I get to around 2 to 5 hours of battery life. It depends on what I'm doing. And like if I'm watching videos, it's like around 2.5 hours, but if I'm just doing like Word document work or something, it's much longer, or just web browsing. Everyone's quitting this. I think I know why. The room, unfortunately, is no longer working, so we have to reload. That's the second time we had to do that, sadly. Every time, man. Why does this always have to be a thing you agree with? If you agree to it once, then you should be done. I don't know why I have to keep on doing that. You know, one thing I do miss, though, for my old machine, because I've been using it now when I'm doing a lot of the SD card transfer stuff I needed to do the past couple weeks. I miss having an actual SD card reader on my laptop. It's not that big of a deal because I do have this. Well, it's not. Oh, wait, no, it's over here too. Okay, I was going to say. This is one I have, but I wouldn't use this one nowadays because this is a USB card reader that is able to take standard and micros. I can't really get this to show up all that well on the camera. Problem is, this is an older one. This is USB 2, so it's pretty slow. I have one of these since I've been using this for like 10 years at this point. Another one, again, standard or micro SD card. USB 3. This is much faster. I use this for transferring files all the time. But my old laptop just had that built in. It had a built-in SD card reader, which was slightly faster than the USB ones. I miss having that because my current one doesn't have a USB or not SD card reader. So I'm technically down one port because I do have two USB A's, two USB C's, and one of them is DisplayPort Alt, so you can just hook it up to a TV or monitor or whatever. But I miss the SD card reader because I use that a lot this past week or two, and not having it anymore is a little sad. But thankfully, again, these adapters are like, what, $8 at most? They're really cheap. Yeah, no, I don't have one on my laptop. The ports it has, like, I can name them all off because it's pretty easy. It has, like I said before, two USB A's, two USB C's. One of them, I believe, is USB 4. So it's the fast standard, the newest one. It has HDMI outs, and I believe that's it. I don't think it has anything else than that. But yeah, it doesn't have a SD, which is not the end of the world, like I said. You can literally get an adapter for like $8. But for me, couldn't really argue it because the laptop itself has mid-range stuff. It's still pretty powerful. It's all AMD. But it was $800. So you can't argue that because at the price range I got, $800 should have got me like an RTX 2050. So I got a much better, machine in that range. And I'm so glad because the biggest thing for me is like I want to get a laptop, but I don't want it to be replaced in like 2 years because it has hardware from 5 years ago. But unfortunately, unless you spend over $1,000 on your laptop, it seems like everything in the mid-range is all like super old stock, which is really stupid. I hate how a lot of budget laptops, and I have to say it this way, because now budget is starting to become over $1,000. But a lot of budget machines, when you go under that, are all old stock parts because it is just cheaper to manufacture. But you get some of the worst performing stuff in today's age. There's no point. It's how they force you to buy newer stuff, too, when you really think about it. Because I'm trying to remember, what is that? It's like the graphics card, I think, is more comparable to a 4060 or 4070 mobile. One of the two. So it's good, and I have had it now for like over a year. It's a big AMD 7700S, I think it is, something like that. So it's an upgraded model. Because in that price range, I shouldn't have gotten what I got. Not even close. Oh, I didn't know this was a path. I never took that. That's cool. Yeah, yours 4060. I think yours is slightly better than mine. I know it has more features because of it being an NVIDIA card, but thankfully I don't need those features on the go, so it doesn't really matter. I don't want to get another NVIDIA card, but I might end up having to do that the next time I build a desktop machine because I do use some of the NVIDIA exclusive tech on my machine. Like with the DLSS, I use the video removal a lot, as you've seen in streams. I use the noise removal here and there, but it's mainly the background removal I use. That's a big one, and I really don't have that on AMD. Not the same. Way worse, actually. So, that's like, hate how I have to pay a premium to get something that's only really on their stuff, because I don't like their prices. And they're nothing but AI nowadays, so trying to source something that doesn't cost you an arm and a leg is not as easy as it used to be. It's all for those robots. Come on. Stats are looking pretty well balanced. I might want to keep this machine because I can't find anything else. I could do Chariot, but I don't know if that's going to be as good of an idea as this or not. Let's try it. Get this off, though. I don't want the wheel. Come on. No, 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 no. I want to get rid of the power-up, not the vehicle. And I just destroyed it? No, I didn't. Okay, I was wondering what happened there, because that was the destruction scene. But I didn't destroy it.
5,
Weird.
4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
All right, let's hope we get a good event that works with Chariot. Yeah, Ethan, that's the problem I've had with a lot of modern tech now if you buy it. Like the other day, my computer turned on and had Copilot just running by default, and I didn't ask for that. I don't want Copilot. So I had to go in its settings and turn it off because I don't need AI stuff, and it runs in the background, so it's just extra performance lost for no reason. Well, that was fun. That's why a lot of people are jumping ship. Minus the fact that Windows 10 died for really no good reason back in October. But also, all this AI stuff has been happening with the Windows 11 situation here. It's been forcing people off of Windows entirely, and either go Linux at that point if you still want to use your same machine, or some people have been flat out just jumping ship to Macs and just eating the cost of like the higher end pricing that Apple themselves charge. But it's better than dealing with Windows nonsense. So I get why people are making the jump. I mean, for most of my stuff, I still need Windows for certain things, like with certain software and hardware, so I deal with the jank. I've been using Windows for so many years, I just become accustomed to them having terrible software. It's been nothing new in my life. Because I've been using a lot more Linux now because of the Steam Deck and my old laptop, I have Linux installed as well. And there's just some things on there I just can't do because it's not available on Linux, or it doesn't work the same way. So I pretty much tell people, if you just do basic Word stuff, like if you're doing word processing, you know, spreadsheet stuff, and you don't need Microsoft products, just do basic web surfing, you know, stuff like that. Simple work. You can get away with using Linux. Otherwise, maybe you will have to swallow that pill and buy a Mac if you want the more business-related things for like video editing and such. Not for gaming, because they definitely have nothing for gaming. Even though Apple is pushing for it, it just doesn't work. Not there yet. But if you can deal with the Windows nonsense, most people still just deal with the Windows nonsense, as much as we hate it. It's just something most people are used to at this point, we know it. Yeah, Mac was never really known for gaming. The best thing about Mac for gaming is that you can install programs to run games on Windows. Like, legitimately a translate layer. So, you can't say much if you're literally booting into Windows on a MacBook. It's not the same. Not even close. Which I found that to be a funny thing for many years. But that's going to do it, though, for Kirby Air Riders tonight. I've had fun with this, but again, been playing now for over 4 hours, and I think I got my fill. I'm getting pretty tired as well. So, yeah, this was good. I'm glad that they had 2 weekends of this specific demo happening. 6 events in total. And it comes out on Thursday, this upcoming week. So it's literally around the corner. I'm looking forward to it. So that's going to do it, though, for these global test rides for me, though. So again, looking forward to the final release. Probably end up streaming it here and there after it comes out. Probably not going to stream it right on release day because I don't even know when I'm getting my copy. But down the road, we'll probably do some multiplayer sessions of this when the full game is out. And I'm definitely looking forward to adding that into the rotation for some multiplayer stuff from time to time. But yeah, that's it for tonight's Kirby Air Riders. This was fun, like I said. But I don't want to keep on rambling. I'm so tired, I'm just saying the same thing in a loop. It's like I'm broken, which is not wrong. As I mentioned before in the stream, we do have a new video series coming out starting this upcoming week, so on Monday. I'll give one more hint for it tomorrow on social media and then also on YouTube community posts, so, you know, people who weren't around for the streams, they'll get their hints as well. But hopefully you guys will be looking forward to that. It'll be good to be back to making videos on a regular basis again, because that hasn't been a thing in a little while. Well, that's because I'm cooking some good stuff up. in the back end. And let's just say this next series, it's been a long requested one for a reason. But I was scared to touch it until recently, so it's gonna be a fun one. But that's all I have for you, though, for tonight. We should be back to a normal schedule for next week, I should mention, though, for streaming. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Not the video schedule, idiot. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Probably back to that specific schedule because I was just doing the Saturday stuff for Kirby Air Riders. And now that this global test ride would be done after this weekend, I'm not needing to do another Saturday stream. So for people wanting to know the schedule ahead of time, not sure what I'm doing yet for those days, but the schedule will be back to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Not a Saturday stream. Just to let people know. But with that said, that's going to do it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you here back next week for more streams. Until I'm tired. Have a good night, everybody, and take care. Ugh.